Well, welcome everyone, Hamilton Township. It's going to call this meeting to order at 12:59. Start with asking our council for declarations of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof. Seeing none, we'll note that. We have a number of delegations and presentations today. I'm going to start with Ruth Ferguson Althouse, RFA Planning Consultant with the Baltimore Development. How are you today?
Thank you.
Thank
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Yes. Hello, members of council and staff. My name is Ruth Ferguson Althouse. I'm president of RFA Planning Consultant, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of the Brother Property Developments property in Baltimore. And in the audience are Scott Kerr, who is an engineer as well as involved in the ownership, and Kevin and Steve Marshman. As well, Dave McDonald from McDonald Homes is here with them, and he is the proposed builder of the homes in the subdivision. So this land is located in the Baltimore settlement area, as shown on the slide as part of the submission package that I provided to the clerk. It fronts on Community Center Road at the north, and this would provide access for 19 lots in the proposed subdivision. As well, at the south on Hutzel Road, there would be access for 9 lots, and it would be separated by a natural feature that bisects the property. The total area of the lands is 17 hectares, or just under 42 acres. The purpose today is just to take you through some of the proposals for the property and the conversations and meetings we've had with both the county and the township staff. And we're hoping today to get some direction from the township council in going forward. We have inquired with township and county staff over the last 2 years about proceeding forward with the subdivision application through to the county of Northumberland. And we've requested this deputation in order to bring you up to date and in order to be able to have any questions asked by council and hopefully to receive some direction in how we should move forward. As shown on this slide, which is an extract from the official plan, the lands are shown in red and are within the Baltimore settlement area. And the outline of the proposed subdivision is shown in red, and just immediately on the left side of that are the adjoining lands that have been draft plan approved for a subdivision. Within the official plan policies, it states that the majority of new lot creation in a settlement area would occur by a plan of subdivision, and that is what is proposed. Also within the policies of the Baltimore settlement area is that there be a secondary plan prepared for a long-term servicing strategy. And over the past 10 years since the official plan for Hamilton Township has been approved, there has not been a secondary plan prepared, and it's our understanding that a secondary plan is not imminent. There are similar policies that apply to the area that is north of the 401, the settlement area there. In the meantime, other subdivisions have been proceeding without a secondary plan or even an official plan amendment to remove this requirement. And one of these would be the adjoining subdivision that's shown on the slide, as well as a recent subdivision in the last couple of years on Trotter's Lane, north of the 401. And we were told by staff that these subdivisions are not part of the water service area, and therefore they can proceed without any special official plan amendments. As mentioned, we have been meeting with the county and the township staff on numerous occasions over the past 2 years about the submission of a draft plan of subdivision for this property. Initially, we understood that municipal water might be available for this subdivision, and then were advised that it was not available. The developers have then proceeded to undertake a hydrogeological study with the test wells being installed on the property to evaluate how the site could proceed on the individual wells and septic systems. And if I could just move to the next slide, then we could just highlight in on the design of the subdivision itself. Thank you, yes, that one. This is the conceptual layout of the draft plan of subdivision, and the lots themselves have been laid out on the requirements for 1 acre lot size and 150-foot frontage. And this is in order to prepare for the township, or to satisfy the township zoning requirements, and in particularly whether there's municipal water supply or not, there is a requirement for private sewage disposal systems. So these would be the lot sizes that you would typically require for that type of servicing. So, which brings me to our reason for being here today, to summarize that the owners do wish to file an application for draft plan approval of a plan of subdivision to the County of Northumberland on the basis of this plan that's before you. And given that municipal water supply cannot be extended to this property, it's our position that we should not have to wait until a secondary plan is required or completed, nor should there be an official plan amendment required, similar to how Trotter's Lane and the adjoining subdivision lands were treated. We do understand that the municipality is looking at preparing a servicing strategy for future growth on expanding the municipal water supply in Baltimore or by a private water supply for individual subdivisions. And we do not, and that they do not support the subdivision moving forward until that's completed. However, we believe that the application should be able to move forward through the subdivision approval process with the county. And as you can appreciate, that process does take some time in order to prepare all of the studies and then to go through the technical review and public review process. So we would like to move forward with this while at the same time the township can continue to examine the municipal water supply options for Baltimore. As I've mentioned, the lot sizes and configuration, in our view, would not change significantly with this design whether there was municipal water supply provided or not, since the private sewage disposal will require that the lot sizes be larger. And if the municipal water supply for some reason does become available, then there is the option that these 28 homes could be provided for that hookup and then could contribute to the oversizing of the water. But if it is not possible to supply the municipal water supply, then the hydrogeological study would demonstrate that the individual wells will be adequate for the subdivision. So that's in essence what we're asking here today, is that we feel that we've been in a holding pattern the last couple of years and would really like to, they're committed to moving forward and meeting the requirements of the county and the municipality, and would like to get some direction from council. Thank you.
Thank you. Turn this over to members of council for questions. Anyone? None. Just a comment. It does appear that we're a bit of a roadblock to you at this particular moment. We'll proceed with would we get a staff report come forward about this? Would that be a good plan? Anyone else on council have an opinion? I was hoping maybe we could get some kind of a staff report come forward. It's not going to happen for May because our meeting is next week. So,
Right.
you know, I don't know if 5 weeks is enough time for us to come forward with something or not. Pat?
I'm with you. When you hear the story laid out, it's like, okay, it looks like we need to get this looked after one way or the other for you. So I think a staff report would be a good plan.
Okay. Yes, Mark?
At the same time, maybe we could get county staff report also as part of that, because county does overrule now, so good to have that.
So I'm on planning at the county level, so I could talk to Dwayne. Is that a good idea? And we'll get something from him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it doesn't really appear like we are we're a big part of your problem at this particular moment. I can't promise that we can solve this by June, but we'll try to work on it.
I appreciate that effort, understanding that everybody's busy, and certainly I'll provide a copy of the submission that we've made today to the township, to Dwayne. We obviously work
county
very closely with Dwayne, and he's been trying to facilitate this as best he can, and has held many meetings with us and the municipalities. So, we will forward the same package of information to Dwayne Campbell.
And I'll have a conversation with him.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Appreciate
Everyone's finished? Okay, thank you.
that. Okay.
Our second delegation is our Hamilton Township Heritage Advisory Committee, and we have members John Joint and Tom Cruikshank who are going to come forward. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. My name is John Joint. As the Mayor has said, I'm a member of the Hamilton Township Heritage Committee. Our purpose today is to tell you what we're doing in general, but more specifically to tell you about our major project, which is the inventorying of a significant number of old houses, buildings, barns, and so on in the township, and Tom will present that part of it. We view our mandate as to provide heritage information to the citizens of Hamilton Township and beyond. And I say beyond because we do get requests from beyond the township for information about properties that are in it. We also know that it's our obligation to advise council on heritage-related matters. Our committee is chaired by Barbara Taylor, who's here today. We have 7 members: Tom Cruikshank, Joanne Hurst, Les Houston, myself, Bruce Taylor, and Tracy Westington. Our council support member is Scott Jibb, and we have 2 advisory committees members, the Ewart, Timlin, and Gord Watt, who did live in the township but no longer do, so they do not have a voting right on the council, but we respect their information that they bring. This year, our budget is $9,500. The sources of that is $6,500 from council, $1,500 of which is for general purpose uses, and $5,000 is for the inventory project that Tom will talk to. And for, on behalf of the whole committee, thank you very much to council for your generous support. We really do appreciate it and couldn't continue with this project without it. The fundraising, we will raise $1,500 this year on our house tour. This will be the 3rd year we've had a house tour. Every year we have had some type of activity to involve the community. We've had a boat tour of old houses, old cottages along the lake. We've done barn tours. We've done a number of other things. But for the last 2 years, we've had a house tour, and we'll continue that this year. And we have 4 houses lined up that will be of significant interest, we believe. We've also had 1 donation this year of $1,500. We generally do get donations from time to time. And so that's the total sum of the $9,500. And the use of the funds is primarily for the inventory project that, as I say, Tom will talk to. But our activities, we have really 4 different kind of activities. We provide advice and approval of changes to historical buildings or structures. The latest one being the Massey House property down on Highway 2, which is a Pentecostal headquarters or a local office, I'm not quite sure. But that's been bought by a person who lives in the township. And he has come to us because he wanted to make some changes to the barn. Now, while we don't have the legal authority to prevent changes, we do respect the fact that people think it's important enough to get our approval that they come forward. And we have a number of those that occur from time to time. We get requests for information about people or properties in the township, and these are people who perhaps are doing a genealogy study of their family, or they have some connection to the area, and we provide that information to them. We're an advocacy group. We advocate for things that we think are important in the township. The Alberts Alley Bridge was one, the Sackville Bridge is another. We have a number of those projects underway that we want to make sure that are brought to everyone's attention when we think they should be addressed. The third thing is I've talked about advocacy. The other last thing is upkeep. There are 6 historical plaques located in the township, and we've just had a program underway to ensure that they are in good repair and can be read and so on and so forth. We also provide signage when it's required. We have at the railroad track where it crosses the lake, There's a sign that's been put up by us to talk about what happened, and also in Gore's Landing, we have one at the dock area. So that's a very brief snapshot of what we do, the finances that we have, and the kind of activities we participate in. So I would welcome any questions anyone has regarding us.
Thank you. Council, any questions or comments? Yes, Pat?
I don't have a question, I have a comment, though. I just wanted to say I've always been incredibly impressed with the things that your committee has achieved. So you completely have my support. I'm glad to hear that people from the community, like you were saying with the Massey House, do come to you to
Yes.
get advice, because that just helps keep things the way I guess it should be. And it's harder now when there's not the legal obligation to
That is
to
correct.
put things in. So I'm glad to hear that people want to keep that historical significance.
We feel the same way, that they come to us even though they don't have to. And we can give them our input, and hopefully it adds to what they're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So you're turning this,
I would just like to add, John did a super job, but I think I'd like everyone to know that the Learning Connection featured Mina Benson and Karen Wells presented. And I think it was really good for the township. And now we hope to get a little more recognition in Mina Benson's place. Tom wrote a wonderful piece about her in Watershed, how she mapped Labrador, and that was used as mapping until there was lots of airplanes who could actually check it out, and people still use it. And she was born in Bugle, can you imagine? She went to Labrador after her husband was killed somehow or died. She just wasn't very able. She was able, and she mapped a huge section of Labrador, which is still being referred to. So I think I'm really happy that it's gotten more attention. We did put a plaque up a long time ago. And one other thing, we will sometimes be able to get plaques for people's houses. Those who want to show off they've got this great old house and they're maintaining it can get a little plaque. So thank you for your indulgence.
that's quite all right. Thanks for the info.
I guess we'll turn it over to me.
Yeah, I was going to do that, but I got,
Okay.
yeah, you're up.
I wanted to add my personal thanks to all of you in council for the support of the inventory project. All of us on the Heritage Committee are pleased that architectural heritage has been recognized as a cultural asset to the community, and we think these old buildings are important to the township and something valuable for years to come. And the more people that agree with us, the better. Now, in the years past, there have been sporadic efforts to catalog local histories, but this is the first time we've gone out in the field to survey the entire township. I'm going from door to door, taking pictures of every old house and barn and church that I see. I'm interviewing people about their homes and tracking down old photos that document how houses may have changed over the years. And I've taken this show on the road, and I presented it, a similar presentation to what you're seeing today, to the several heritage groups. Went to a seniors group at Empire Crossing, the ACO, the Earl Ashby's Heritage Agricultural Society, whose name I've forgotten now, but there is a lot of interest in this, and when I knock on people's doors, I sometimes think they're going to slam it in my face, but the reaction I'm getting from people is way more helpful than I thought it would ever be, and I'm quite delighted that it seems to be people are enthused about this, and they've got time to discuss things with me. And meanwhile, the people in the Northumberland Archives know me well now, because I'm there every week or so, combing through old land registry abstracts, tracing the ownership of buildings back to day one. And currently we have about 600 files open. Now, the point of today's talk is to introduce to you some of the things we've uncovered in our survey. And right now, let me give you some of our observations. This is sort of the entertainment part of the program. If there's only one lesson you ever learn about heritage architecture in Hamilton, it's that we have our own special kind of heritage farmhouse. And it's a variation on the old farmhouse theme, and we started to call them Camborne cottages because that's where they're concentrated. And for us architecture buffs, we know that they're sort of a Regency style, but they have their own details that set them apart from the ordinary. And I always like to say, just like Cape Cod has its Cape Cod houses, And just like Kingston has all its limestone houses, Hamilton Township has Camborne cottages. And one of the nicest is the old Lacey Farm just outside Camborne, as seen in a 19th century photograph. Here's the same house today with the veranda gone, but still pretty in its own right. All the Camborne cottages share a distinctive look that is characterized by hip roofs, and that means that the roofs are sloped on 4 sides, and they're exaggerated to unusual proportions. In fact, the eaves are wider than you usually see, and as if there were some kind of built-in awning taking the place of complementing a veranda. And this is the Kennedy farmhouse at Camborne, from which Kennedy Road takes its name. Here's another example, the very familiar Westington House on County Road 9. This is the only Camborne cottage for which we have a definite date. 1857 is carved into the stone, so that gives us an idea of when these houses were built. And what's also interesting is that some of the Camborne cottages are built into a hill, so that the basement opens at grade, and the front door, in fact, is on the upper story. Now, the grade doesn't quite show on the Damon house, but the second story at the back is at grade. So the front door is on the second floor. Now, not all of these houses follow the pattern exactly, but the fun lies in comparing and contrasting them. This is one that no longer stands, but we have a record of it from the old atlas in 1878. So in all, we have recorded 9 of these buildings. 2 have been demolished, 5 are still standing, and there are another 2 that started out as Camborne cottages, but have a second story added. So that's the homework part. You got to remember this about the Camborne cottages. So as important as it is to document our history, it's also a bit dry if all I do is talk about Victorian architecture. And as I dug into the research phase of the project, some really interesting tidbits start to emerge in newspaper accounts, in wills, and other documentation. Now, they're personal stories, some are tragic, some are even a bit of a scandal. So let's get to the juicy stuff. The one you might be familiar with, that you already know, is that Hamilton Township was the first stop for Susanna Moody and her husband, John Dunbar Moody. They were genteel, middle-class immigrants, eager for pioneer adventure in 1833, and they settled on a barely cleared farm on what is now McClellan Road. Her most famous books, which were part memoir and part advice for would-be settlers, were based on her experiences here. But the truth is that the Moody's were simply too genteel for pioneer life. They left Hamilton in 1834, full of complaints, after only 1 year, and grumbled about privations all the way. But it's interesting to note that the next settler on their land was actually quite successful and built this very substantial home, which is in fact one of the better early houses in the township. And here's one with a whiff of juicy scandal. Hamilton's heritage covers not only farm history, but some early cottages as well, because Rice Lake was one of the first Ontario inland lakes to be colonized by cottagers. And some of these cottages were Americans, like the Clegg family from Cincinnati, Ohio, which has spent their summers on Black Island just off Gore's Landing since the 1920s. What's even more interesting is the early history of the cottage, which goes back to 1894, when the island was purchased by a New Yorker named Hobart Bosworth and his wife Lulu. With names like that, couldn't help but Google them. So it turns out Hobart was a movie star of the silent era, with dozens of pictures to his credit, right up to the talkie era. He was also an asthmatic, and he bought the island as a retreat for his health. And he built part of the cottage, which still shows today, the pointy part in the middle of the building on the island. He was also a bit of a womanizer, and when Lulu found out, she promptly divorced him, and she won Black Island in the settlement. So how Hobart knew about Rice Lake is anyone's guess, but he might have had connections to the Coburg Summer Colony, which you probably know was a clutch of fabulously wealthy Americans from the Pittsburgh steel industry who adopted Coburg as their summer home. Some of the most lavish houses ever built in Ontario were part of this American invasion, and some of the colony spilled into Hamilton Township. One of the largest of them all was a country house on Ontario Street, just north of Coburg. It was called Dungannon, and it had its own staff, its own stables, tennis court, gardens, state-of-the-art barns, and a shady picnic ground. And central to the estate was a sprawling 35-room mansion. It was built in 1905 by George T. Oliver, who made a fortune supplying iron to the Carnegie Steel Mills of Pittsburgh, and he became a U.S. Senator and advisor to Presidents Taft and Woodrow Wilson. The family took a major hit in the Depression and ultimately sold Dungannon. In 1946, the place burned to the ground. And this was captured, and we have these photos, which is really excellent historical material to have. Now, there's a sad romantic tale about this house, which you might know as Dr. Dano's house just outside Baltimore. It was built by a Toronto industrialist named Charles Powell, whose wealth was several notches below the Pittsburgh steel barons, but certainly he was a man of means. He built this house for his wife, Agnes, and it's the only example of Queen Anne architecture in the township. And that's a style defined by playful turrets and other oversized features, which are in abundance here. It was under construction in 1895 when Agnes, she was only 41 years old, she was stricken by a liver disease and died suddenly. The tale is sad indeed, but takes a strange twist when you read Agnes's obituary. It refers to her as a girl bride, which prompted me to do the math and learn that she was only 13 when Powell married her. Here's another of Hamilton's humble farmhouses. It's a simple structure built in the 1860s. It was the Cruikshank homestead, no relation to me, and it still stands on a rise beside Burnham Street in Plainville. And this is where William and Abigail Cruikshank raised 10 kids, including a son named John, who gave up farming to study law, and he practiced in Coburg. In 1895, he was working for the buyer in a real estate deal that went terribly wrong. The seller, a man named John Phillips, refused to give up the deed, even though the buyer had paid him in full. When John Cruikshank pressed him to pay up, Phillips grew more and more angry. Ultimately, he marched into Cruikshank's office and shot him point blank. He died of his injuries in what is one of the few and most scandalous murders in Coburg's history. Another tragic tale, but with a happier ending. It appears that Captain William Handley, who built this beautiful Regency cottage about 1837, was declared insane. In fact, his wife had to petition the Upper Canadian government to enact new legislation so that she could take him out of the province to New York for treatment. The second generation also had a story to tell, in that Handley's son became, of all things, personal valet to the Pope and a celebrated sculptor in Rome. Handley's grandson won an Olympic gold in water polo at the 1904 Games in St. Louis. I can't make this stuff up. By then, the family connection to the house was probably forgotten. It stood on the site of the new Canadian Tire store in Coburg and was for a time a restaurant until the suburbs caught up to it, and it was rescued and rebuilt on a new location by none other than John Joint, who is on our committee. Now, there are more stories I could tell, and nothing would be more fun for me than to take you on a driving tour, but I suspect you have other more pressing matters to attend to today. For now, the Heritage Committee just wanted you to get a taste of what we're doing and know that your support has been much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Any questions or comments?
Well, that's one of our more exciting committee of the whole presentations that I can remember, and I thank you very much for that. Fellow council members, Pat.
Thank you so much. That was definitely appreciated. How is this going to eventually be made available?
We're debating how best to put it into the public realm. It could be a book, could be a website, and we're going to have to figure out the logistics and financials of all that stuff.
However it ends up, I want to see it start to finish. I had a really good time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Any other comments or questions?
Sorry.
I never get to realize how wonderful we do have in this township, a history and a heritage. I've spoken to Les about this a couple of times, about the fact that we don't have a museum. And I know that Coburg is going to be enacting that with the new Golden Plow structure. But, should we be looking at stuff like this in the future? Creating a museum or such to capture the heritage in one location. I know that there's archives here, I believe, in the basement or wherever it is. But it just seems that to keep this stuff hidden from view would be kind of a sin to, in my point. So I think we should maybe look in the future to maybe create a museum someplace. I mean, we've got so many features to celebrate, you know? So that's my only comment.
Let's talk.
You start with a donation, or?
Well, you know, it's a funny thing. If you have something like this, the money will raise, you know, it will come in. So thank you.
Just comment that in terms of how we want to package this, the objective is that we attract people from outside the community. We think of all the thousands of people who live in 200-square-foot condos in Toronto who would love a place to go on the weekend. And so with the information we have, we want to package it in a way that we could do a driving tour, a bike tour, we would perhaps have guided tours on some sort of schedule. So that's the objective, is to have it accessible and use it as a draw. But what you've just suggested would add to that. Because there are some art galleries around you could have, and there's great theater around here. And if you get the local museums, which I know there's to have. So we think we can build on that to do this. That's what's our objective.
Once, Barbara, you gonna give us another comment?
I can't resist it. The Town volunteers tomorrow night are putting on an evening about Suzanne Moody. Leah McLaren, who's now become Leah Ross, she's written a book called The Hidden Diaries of Suzanne Moody, and it details all the horrible things that the Harrises inflicted on the movies and how they live in their pig shed.
Not that Harris.
Michael Peterman from Trent University, who's done the history, and he actually led one of our tours. We've had about 15 or 20 tours, but he led a bus tour all about these places. He is going to argue with it's Cecily McLaren, or Cecily Ross, about whether her book has any basis in fact or not, because he's done the research. But her book is really good, and we've even got a moderator so they don't come to this. So tomorrow night at Victoria Hall, it's only $25. It starts at 7 o'clock.
Free advertising.
It'll be well worth your time, and there's refreshments afterwards. Thank you, thank you.
I think I want to go on record, just let my fellow council members and staff know that what you see here today is nothing special. It's what happens every heritage meeting. And it's a wonderful group, and I've nailed the committee for the next 3.5 years, so you're out of luck.
Well, once again, thank you very much. I think before I lose total control of this meeting, I'm going to ask our third group to get ready. Our third presentation today is dealing with the West Northumberland Physician Recruitment Retention Committee. So you have Mayor Henderson and Clerk Brett Larmer here. Welcome to Hamilton Township. That was not a typical presentation for us. The floor is yours, John.
Thank you. Is this on? It is. Thank you.
I think it is.
Certainly, thank you for having us here today. Hopefully joining us, he's perhaps a bit delayed, is Gerald Blackstock. Gerald Blackstock currently is the chair of what we call the current West Northumberland Physician Recruitment Committee. And we've asked him to be here because Gerald was the past chair when Tracy West was the consultant. And to this moment, he still remains the ongoing chair of the committee. And we felt in that manner, if you had any questions specifically to the operational side, they certainly can be addressed to Mr. Blackstock or Gerald. In that manner, only because at this time, my representative currently sitting on that committee is Deputy Mayor Suzanne Seguin, and she represents the interest of the town of Cobourg. Let me give you a brief summary, if I can. Initially, we have been operating for approximately 12 or 13 years as a committee. representing as a committee trying to find physicians for Northumberland County, in particular for the 5 municipalities that have always been part of this committee for the past 12 years. Just seems not that long ago, Miss Tracy West indicated as our consultant that she would like to end her tenure after numerous years, and based on that, we thought it would be a good time to reflect on the policies that governed that committee. Based on that, I took that to a member of the committee, which is Miss Laurel, and as well as Linda Davis. As we were working through that, we came to the discovery when we received legal opinion, and we did receive a legal opinion both from Town of Coburg and from Linda Davis, that the committee should not have been operating legally. In other words, we shouldn't have been doing consulting agreements. We shouldn't have been paying Miss West. We shouldn't have been making decisions. We shouldn't have been making motions. But this was running smoothly, I can tell you, from what I've heard, the last 12 or 13 years, of which the last 4 I was a member, being the deputy mayor of the town of Coburg. Recognizing this challenge, we then sat down with lawyers and indicated, what would we have to do to reframe the committee, keep it as close as possible to what we've been doing, and yet understanding we would need changes. Based on that, the first change was to move it from a committee to a board. They indicated that the governance had to be owned by a municipality at the time, and they highly indicated because perhaps of gray areas, it should or shall not be Northumberland Hills Hospital. Based on that, the town of Coburg stepped up and indicated we would take the lead, working with legal counsel to reframe agreement with all our municipalities. Within that agreement, of which you received, I think there's approximately 18 or 19 proposed pages, we indicated the major change would happen in governance. So I'll use Crammy as an example. We indicated that when a member was no longer representative of the municipality, that person to be reappointed would go and belong to that council. So for example, Crammy did not have a representative, so they went through their proper process to their municipality. A person applied, the council would pick that person. That individual citizen would represent their interest. Even though it's still called a committee now, when this is finally approved, it would be known as a board. Therefore, their interests are protected. They would work with Gerald Blackstock, who's the chair, whoever the committee wishes to appoint. They would follow their own procedures in-house in which to work through the consultant, and I'll get to the consultant in a moment, in an effort to help go out to engage future doctors to come again to one of the 5 municipalities. We've had great success because over the 13 years, I think we have certainly encouraged 10 doctors to settle in our area, which we all benefit from. The concern we're having moving forward, according to the records, if indeed they appear to be accurate, because remember, doctors only tell us perhaps in the very last year that they truly are going to retire. The expectation is we'll require 8 doctors in our 5 municipalities within the next 4 years. So that's why we believe it's critical to maintain this committee, to function, to bring doctors forward. You might ask through this, what is the incentive? The only incentive we offer, we offer up to a $10,000 allocation if need be, if someone is moving considerable distance to the board. That's the only funding we allow to attract a doctor. You might then ask the question, why over these 12 years, why have 10 doctors come to our region? My answer would be for you the quality of life that we offer in Northumberland, whether that be Hamilton, Crammy, Alma-Calderman, Port Hope or Coburg. I truly believe it's the quality of life we can offer. In moving forward, we indicated that in past, all the funding of this committee was supported by all 5 municipalities, and in the last recent many years, it was always based on population and a percentage. So if I can use us as an example, Coburg's percentage, because we have the largest population, was based at 31.9%. So that meant for us that our council moved a motion to provide $17,100 each year towards physician recruitment. In your case, being Hamilton Township, it's 18.4%, which comes out to our records anyway, $9,843.34. And working through this challenge, we indicated that we would keep the figure the same for 2019 moving forward. What we attempted to do as a committee is to maintain the same financial figure over a 5-year period. And let me explain why it's 5 years. We want to ensure that no committee, this committee was coming back to any council for any additional funding unless there were extreme measures over 4 years. Why 4 years? Because it's a term of council. We actually stretched it to a 5th year because we knew that's the election year, and you may have new members on your council. We felt it wasn't fair with a new council coming on board to hit them with about physician recruitment committee and finances. So I can say during my tenure, the financial contribution remained the same for the entire term and continues to be at the same term. Now, moving forward, the recommendation, and again, I'll use 2 examples of Coburg and Hamilton. Moving forward for 2020 through to 2021 was the recommendation, and again, this recommendation can be changed by the committee themselves under Gerald Blackstock. I mean, it's their call, right? But the way it's promoted, it would say for 2020 and 2021, because by then our population has changed over time to 32.2%, because we are growing in Coburg, we would now have to pay $12,298.44, and therefore my recommendation through Suzanne Seguin, Deputy Mayor, is that we would forfeit $19,100. For Hamilton Township, it says here, and I will check the records to make sure they're accurate, but it says that your population's actually gone down slightly. The percent's dropped to 18.1 from 18.4. But because costs are going up as well, your allocation would go to $10,847.87. So if you're asking what's the difference, it's just slightly over $1,000 difference. But please remember, that's for the whole entire, we're hoping for the next whole 4, if not 5 years. The whole attitude of previous committees was not to go back to the municipalities and ask for more money. In other words, to be self-sufficient. That takes me to then who represents the committee. Well, we did a hiring between Linda Davis, Laurel Savoy, and myself. Initially, we had someone ready to go. Because of the delay, we had 3 wonderful applications and 3 wonderful candidates. Over this part of this year, because of the time extension, we lost all 3 candidates. The committee went back and put a hiring committee together once again through a very formal process, 2 sets of hiring. And at the end of the result, I can tell you they would now like to hire an individual by the name of Maria Gomez. So Maria Gomez is this month will be offered a consultant agreement. Unfortunately, the committee cannot offer that agreement because they have no standing. Therefore, the town of Coburg is going to offer Maria Gomez an interim contractual agreement as a consultant to start to work on behalf of physician recruitment. Right now, the only money we can guarantee is ours because Cobourg Council did pass the agreement. Crammy Township did pass the agreement. And we have, according to Mr. Blackstock, some money left over in reserve, so we can put that towards. And at this time, that's the position we're in. We can only maintain Maria Gomez at this time based on the resources at hand. We're hoping to offer and have this contract ready for Mr. Blackstock to offer, but we really have to offer it on his behalf because, again, the committee has no legal standing. So you might say, ballpark, what are we paying Maria Gomez? I may have the figure off a bit, but approximately $34,000 for the year. And then we include any disbursements that she may require, such as travel, meeting with doctors. There's no office, of course. She works at home. But that basically is the extent of what we pay this particular person. So in summary for me, if I go back to Cobourg, and I'll use Cobourg as the example because it's the one I know the best. Currently in Cobourg, all our signs are wrong. In fact, our population is 19,440. All our signs are wrong. But with that being said, if you even take the increase going into 2020 and 2021, that means we're not even paying $1 per person for us to get physician recruitment. And that doesn't mean we're getting physician recruitment directly. It may go to Port Hope, it may go to Crammy, it may go to Alma Calderman, it may go to Hampton. We really don't care. We just care that it comes to Northumberland because we truly believe we all benefit. There are, of course, you will know there are people on the waiting list in all our areas. I'll be on that waiting list soon because I believe my particular doctor will retire in the next 2 years. So I believe I will be without a doctor in 2 years from today. And I'd very much like to have a physician that I could go to in Northumberland. So at this point, what would happen as we redefine the committee, we do have to change the name of the committee, and it would be known legally, according to the agreement we presented to you. It's a long name, I apologize. It would be called the Joint, and the reason for Joint, because we're partnering. West, because we are West Northumberland. So it's the Joint West Northumberland Physician Recruitment and Retention Service Board. The key difference is moving from a committee to a board. It then gives us legal status. So if I can use the example, right now we've asked your representative to be grandfathered. There's no change for your representation on the board. But if that person at some time decided, okay, I've done my due diligence, I'd like to leave the board, then you as a council would have the right to do an advertising, pick the citizen that you think would best represent your interests, along with your council member. They would go to this board and represent your interest. The other big change by working together, we decided that we would appoint, through our clerk, Brent Larmer, a staff member from Cobourg. And the reason for that, because then we knew the protocols would be followed appropriately, the running of the meetings would be documented appropriately. That wouldn't fall to the consultant, because in past, that's what Tracy West had to do. She only had to be the consultant. She had to go home, type all the meetings, all the notes, and get it out and run it all off. But we felt by doing it with a staff member, then it would go to Civic Web. It would be put out on all municipalities, Civic Web, one and the same. So if the public was asking, where's this information? What are you doing? What are you up to? How are you spending our money? We'd be able to tell them. And I can tell you in past, that did not exist. They would also have the right, based on meetings, to attend those meetings. As people attend your meetings today, they would have the right to sit in through the chair. would need permission of the chair to speak to the board. But again, it was very much like how most of I believe our committees operate. What it would do, it would bring the West Northumberland Physician Recruitment Board up to the level of what I believe all good committees should be doing. The information would be shared equally across the board. That for me, and I apologize if I left anything critically out, it may come to me in a moment, but that would give you a brief summary of where we are. I guess lastly, as Mayor Town of Cobourg, and having served 4 years on this committee, I feel it's critical that as a group, and again I want to state, it won't be me, it will be Deputy Mayor Seguin representing our interests. But I feel, and we do have a grandfathered representative in Linda Nichols, who's agreed to remain in that capacity representing the citizens of the town of Cobourg. I believe the committee future board does an amazing job. I believe they do a great job in hopefully attracting, I'm hoping, those 8 new doctors for our region. In fact, it's telling us that new doctors don't take the same caseload as old doctors. So what we're finding now, we need 1 1/4 doctors for every past doctor such as mine. So if you do the math, we might need 10 or 11 in the next 4 years. On that board, as you can see from the agreement, we have representation from the doctors themselves. Right now, Dr. Fraser Cameron is the physician recruitment. Linda Davis, the CEO from the hospital, sits on that board. And we have others who may sit on the board, as you can see from the agreement, who add or bring a breadth of knowledge to the committee future board, because it's critical good decisions are made. So you can see that I'm very passionate about this committee or board going forward. I personally learned a long time ago, if I looked at other municipalities who go alone in trying to get this for the community, the prices I've seen aren't anything under $75,000. In other words, if I did this alone for the town of Cobourg and only the town of Cobourg, bottom line is going to cost the public at minimum $75,000. Time I hire, equipment, material, insurance, start going through the list. And yet collectively together, let's be honest, I in 2020 and 2021, I'll be paying $19,100. Again, doesn't even match $1 for my population. So for me, collectively, sometimes they say to us, there's strength in numbers. I think this is a perfect example where there's strength in us being together. So I'm open to any questions. I brought Mr. Larmer because Mr. Larmer is our town clerk. He's the guru of all things legal and all things by law and protocol. And I'd be open to answering any questions you might have.
Thanks, John. Anyone? Yes, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, it was brought up at one of the meetings we had previous about the coverage of liability for the members at large and also the council members.
Okay, twofold. Right now, you're quite right. If I can go back to what we have, you own all the liability. There is no coverage. Your council member is protected because of council, because of being elected, but your citizen member is not protected at this time. So if they were doing any action or in a car or something were to happen, my answer is that's not a good news story. However, in conferring with the lawyers, we indicated if we went to a board and signed an agreement where there was shared ownership and we became a board as per the agreement before you, then the board member and the citizen is then fully protected. And because the town of Cobourg chose to take the lead on this, because remember I indicated from the lawyers, they said you need a lead municipality. So Cobourg chose to be that lead. So we had to, with our lawyers, look at risk management. How many risks have we had over the last 13 years? And I can tell you they've been minimal at best, not less than 1%. So based on that, we agreed as Town of Coburg that we would own any additional rests, not just for our citizen, for yours and everybody else's. So you say, well, who owns the ownership? Well, Town of Coburg. And we're betting based on past 12 years of history, our premise is we really aren't going to have any. So that's why we were willing to step up. But although I'm saying Town of Coburg is willing to take the lead, I want to be very careful here in the wording, that in the agreement, we can't do anything in the agreement unless all the parties agree. In other words, Alnwick, Haldeman, Coburg, Crammy, Hamilton, Port Hope have to agree precisely to the language each and every time for it to be a unified. So as much as we're taking the lead in terms of the extra insurance, the extra risk management, we're appointing a staff member at our costs, we're doing the finances at our costs. They're not coming to you at all. They're not in the contract at all. We just decided we really need this to happen. Excuse my French, but we're going to eat the difference to make this go forward. What we're asking for at this time is, would you, at least on paper, the way it's been presented to us, and this was presented by the committee, would you at least honor, for now, what's been proposed in the agreement? So this year, again, I'll go back, your share would be $9,843.34. I've even asked Mr. Blackstock, Gerald, to look at what they might have in reserves, what the committee has accumulated over 12 years. Is there any way, I asked him this question, is there any way keeping that fee the same for the next few years moving forward? So you would face no increase, it would simply be $9,843.34. He indicated he will look at that with the committee. And he's doing that as we speak. I think we met him, last Wednesday of last week.
Yeah, I know we're meeting tonight. So I saw one of the documents that said to get an approval by June 1st. Is that correct, from all of the partners?
Well, we're struggling a bit, and I'll admit we're struggling. Mr. Blackstock came to us and said, finally, after another round of advertising, we have a person we'd like to offer based on that person's expertise and background, because she was a past consultant for physician recruitment from another area. They would like to start to work towards a consulting agreement to get this person working. Let's be honest, the only funds we have presently are the $17,100 put up by Town of Coburg, the $5,000 put up by Crammy, and of course whatever they have in reserve. But if you add that up, you can see that's not going to fully address this person's full year salary. So we need to know, good, bad, or indifferent, where does Hamilton Township lie? We need to know eventually, because if you're part of this, fantastic. If you're not, we fully understand. But I'm going to make it clear, Town of Coburg's going ahead one way or the other. So we either, and I'll be honest with you, our whole council is hoping all the partners will stay, because remember I said there's strength in that partnership. But if you tell me close to next year's budget deliberations you're not, that's okay. Then we'll excuse you. You won't have any representation. You won't have anybody in the board. And we'll move forward. Because we can't afford, we believe in the Town of Coburg, we can't afford to be short 8 to 10 physicians. And they're not just in Coburg, believe me, they're just not in Port Hope. They're spread throughout the region. As we have an aging demographic, and we do have an aging demographic, certainly in Coburg, we can't afford not to have physicians consider Northumberland as an option.
I understand totally, and I think I'll pass it to the Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Larry, because we have another series of meetings coming up. I want to thank you for your presentation. I also served on the committee, as you well know,
Yes,
John.
you did.
I fully support what you've said about the value of the committee. I've tried really hard to get this. We have a council meeting next week, and it's not on the agenda right now, but
That's fine.
I'm trying very hard to get it on there. I'd like to see us get it on there if we could. I think you're going to find that you're going to get support from this group, and we'll try and get this pushed through as quickly as we can.
Okay, and if I could just end by saying, there's two parts, and once we formulate the agreement, that lies with each municipality, right? We each have same ownership, but once we solidify that, and then the committee, which becomes the board, becomes legal, then I can give them the consulting agreement, which that board can govern and direct. Correct.
Thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, John.
So I need a motion for adjournment from Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Pat. Seconded by Larry. Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. Deputy Mayor Jib and I are going to do a little switcheroo here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Hamilton Township. We will be sitting as the Committee of Adjustment. We have a busy agenda. We have the room full of people. If we mispronounce your name, my apologies. Thank you, Bill. We will turn this part of the meeting over to our staff member, Sandra Stothart, who will walk us through the early part of this meeting. And we are now in session at 2:01.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that committee members have changed their name tags over to the committee name tags. This is a meeting of the Committee of Adjustment. We will be hearing consent applications and minor variance applications. The chairman will announce each application as it comes forward, and the planning coordinator, myself, will provide a synopsis of the planning report. The report is available on the township website, should you wish to review it in its entirety. The floor will then be open to the public. Please make yourself known to the Secretary-Treasurer, and the order of speaking is as follows. Those persons in support of the application, those persons in opposition to the application, those persons seeking clarification, and the applicant will have opportunity to respond at the end of it all if so desired. Please note that all persons wishing to speak to the application must come up to the microphone so they can be heard, and they must address their comments and questions to the chair. And before speaking, you must clearly and slowly state your name and address so that the record can be complete. Members of the committee may make comment or ask questions as they deem necessary on each application, and the committee may make a decision on the application before it this afternoon. The reasons for their decision and the impact of public input will be provided by the committee members. Those persons requesting a copy of the notice of decision must do so in writing to the Secretary-Treasurer, or you may sign the file sheet that is in the lobby. Please be sure you are signing the correct file sheet to obtain the information you are requiring. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sandra. The next order of business is confirmation of the agenda. It's been circulated. Could I have a motion, please? Moved by Pat, seconded by Mark. All those in favor? Thank you. Bullet point 4, declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. There being none, it being recorded. Approval of the minutes, March 12th, Committee of Adjustment. Again, they've been circulated, they've been posted. Is there any business rising from those minutes? Could I have a mover and a seconder then, please? All those in favor? Bill and Pat. Thank you. Moving on, we have an application returning to us today that's been before the Committee of Adjustment before. It's application B 22 and 2318. It's in the Irwin family name. Sandra, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The notice of return to committee was circulated to the neighboring property owners on or before April 29, and the signs were posted on the property on May 1, 2019, in accordance with the Planning Act. This is two applications, B22 and 23 of 2018. B22 is seeking to sever 2.18 acres with 296.85 feet of frontage on Albert's Alley as a new residential lot. And B23 is seeking to sever 3.85 acres with 443 feet of frontage on Albert's Alley and Doyle Road combined as a new residential lot. The property is within the Camborne settlement area. The application came forward in February of this year, and staff comments included concerns regarding compliance with the official plan policies regarding natural hazards, development philosophy, and historical development of the area. And the decision was deferred because committee wanted these questions answered. There was some public input from a neighboring property owner who had a number of concerns with the proposal and was not in support of the proposal. With respect to the deferred items, the applicant has since been working with the various agencies and appears to have satisfied their concerns, the way I'm reading the information I have. From the County of Northumberland, further to their email, the county review report dated January 29, 19. County's sewage inspection staff visited the property on March 15 and indicated there was sufficient area to locate a house and sewage system on the proposed lots. County review fees have been paid, and the county has no objection to either application. From the Conservation Authority, they are in receipt of a site sketch indicating the approximate building areas for the proposed parcels, and they are satisfied that suitable building envelopes on the parcels, that there are suitable building envelopes, and offer no objection. The subject lands are regulated under the Conservation Authority's development, interference with wetlands, and alteration to shorelines and watercourses regulation, and permits would be required prior to construction or site alteration. Township Public Works, they've completed a site visit to inspect the location of the proposed driveways. At the time of the inspection, there were no objections that would cause Public Works to not approve the entrance location. Deposits and brushing would be required for adequate sightlines, so they have no objection to the above applications. So based on these comments, it appeared to me that the questions that were raised in February were appropriately satisfied. The parent lands are zoned marginal agricultural, and neither one of these new lots would meet the marginal ag zone provisions, so of course they would have to be rezoned to urban residential first density to be in keeping with the bylaw. Development charges would be imposed on each new lot created. So it would appear that the proposal is in keeping with the provincial policy statement, the township official plan, and the zoning bylaw. Should the committee grant provisional consent to application B2218, the most northerly of the two lots requested, it's recommended the following conditions be imposed. Submission of reference plan identifying the property being severed, successful completion of a zoning bylaw amendment, addressing the dimensions of the retained land as necessary, because there could be some broken frontages that would be a bit small. Payment of a park levy, $1,500. Payment of development charges, $6,101. Payment in full of all current and outstanding taxes, and stamping of the deed within 1 year. Similarly, should committee grant provisional consent to application B23, the same conditions are required. Submission of a reference plan, zoning amendment, $1,500 park levy, $6,101 in development charges, payment of all taxes, and stamping of the deed within 1 year. I did attach the letter that was submitted in February from the neighboring property owner, and I attached an excerpt from the Ontario Municipal Board order from the previous severances from about 25 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sandra. As this application was before the committee previously, I believe it in order to ask my fellow committee members that we actually open this to the public. I see some new faces that I believe are from the area. Is our committee in agreement that we do open it to the public? Thank you. That being the case, I would ask, are there people present in support of the application? And in doing so, I would ask you to stand and identify yourselves at the microphone, or at least loud enough so that our audience and our staff can hear you, please.
W. Irwin.
Bill Irwin.
Claire Irwin.
Clayton Irwin.
Thank you. Would you, you will have an opportunity at the end of the discussion to have input and comment and answer any questions as we're going along, if that's all right with yourselves. Thank you. Is there anyone here in opposition to the application? Yes, sir.
Jordan Ovendam from 3507 Alberts Alley.
And, sir?
Jasper Ovendam, Hennepin Road.
Yes? Okay, maybe what we should do here, knowing the numbers now, maybe what we should do is go back to the first gentleman, ask him to come to the microphone and state his position in opposition. We will get back to the rest of you in a moment. Please feel free.
Okay, would it be all right to hand out a couple slides to the committee?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
So again, thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak to this application. I think it's there's a few aspects of the initial meeting, both the minutes, but also some of the questions that were asked that I felt just in terms of the agenda and what was put forward, it was maybe not as comprehensive as it could be. So I just wanted to go through a few of those aspects. So in the original application that came before committee in February, there was reference to what I saw as 5 concerns. So stability of steep slope for development, existing road conditions, suitability of that slope to accommodate well and septic, suitability of the slope to accommodate the building envelope, and then an engineered designed entrance permit. My expectation was that there would be additional technical details included within the resubmitted information. And when I spoke with staff regarding this, the indication was that staff were satisfied with the information. I did reach out to a couple of the agencies associated, such as the Conservation Authority, just to find out what information they had received. So I guess just taking a step back, from my perspective, there was a lot of information in the minutes that came out from February that wasn't in the original public notice, specifically around the historical development, the roadway, and the environmentally sensitive nature of that area. So I'll just unpack a couple of these. I appreciate the time to talk through this. The road condition and access considerations. There's 2 roads in question. One's Alberts Alley, which is quite a steep road. The other is Doyle Road, which is essentially a single lane road. Now, I haven't seen actual drawings showing where entrances would come in or exit, so I'm not sure which roads these proposed severances land on, but there's a couple of different concerns. Alberts Alley is actually quite a steep road, especially just along that frontage. The official plan references a 8% grade, and based on measurements I took on site along the road, it seems that it's closer to a 10% grade. Again, I'm not sure, because I haven't seen any drawings where the proposed entrances would land. Noted in a couple of places, but I think it's important to reiterate, is the sight lines and viewing ability in terms of vehicles coming down Doyle Road and also coming down Alberts Alley. There's some challenges associated with that. When we talk about Doyle Road, Doyle Road's not actually wide enough for 2 vehicles to move safely across. And so when I look back at the historical information and the OMB submission, I'm not clear on whether a road widening is required, as it was previously. And I have concerns if it is, in terms of the natural topology and the steep slope that's there. So there's, some key considerations that I think need to be addressed. The last part is, and this just comes to if road enhancements, I think the word is enhancements, I'm not sure what that means exactly, but it seems like there'd be a fair bit of work required on Doyle Road to bring it up to municipal standards. And I find concerned as a taxpayer that the tax burden is substantially higher to deal with that than what the development charges are alluding to. So that's sort of the road aspects. My property itself is at the top of that hill. It's within the drinking water protection area for Camborne, which is something that I didn't know when we purchased the property, but I've learned quite a bit about working with Conservation Authority. Right now, and you'll see an image in the slides I handed out, when it rains, we get water off the subject lands, comes across Albert's Alley and down into the drinking water protection area. So one of the aspects that I've learned talking with GRCA is that the maps and the boundaries don't always indicate the reality of flow. And I realized the more southerly lot, is in a different sort of slope and different grade. But I do think that even though this is outside of the drinking water protection area, there are still controls and protections I think that need to happen as part of the development to ensure that's not compromised, both for local landowners who've got dug wells and also the larger Camborne community whose source drinking water comes out of essentially my backyard. The last sort of aspect that stands out for me is that of the natural heritage. And I think in the documentation provided, and I appreciate in talking with Sandra that there's a lot of different agencies, information has to come together, and it's not always clear in terms of mapping and in terms of information about how sensitive different areas are. I would put forward, and I've got some slides included in there showing what we see in our backyard, and which is basically the water feature that runs along the frontage of these properties. And as far as I can tell, it's really quite critical that some sort of environmental impact study is undertaken before further development in this area. It's within 120 meters of fish habitat. We've got brook trout headwaters designation, in that area. We've got a well-established mixed wood forest, part of which comes onto the front part of the properties, and a very steep embankment. Again, the steep slope, I'm not sure the definition. I didn't see that in the official plan, but I did notice it in the public statement that this is considered a steep slope. I've got included in the back of the slides my full statement, but it's got references and so forth. I mean, again, I think the key thing here is that within the official plan, it references areas as small as half a hectare having natural significance. I think when you take into account the fact that this is part of a wooded corridor, even though there is a road through it, it's a very well-established tree coverage, very mature, diverse species, and we've seen a wide range of wildlife, birds of all sorts, brook trout. We had a bear in our backyard when we put a beehive in, and so it's actually, even though it's not called out in all the different documents, I think it's a very key corridor that needs to be considered. This came to me recently, but a recent UN report, Intergovernmental Science Policy and Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystems, indicates that the overwhelming evidence of the global assessment for a wide range of different fields of knowledge presents an ominous picture, said the chair. The health of the ecosystems on which we and all other species depend is deteriorating more rapidly than ever. We are eroding the very foundations of our economies, livelihoods, food security, health, and quality of life. And the report tells us it's not too late to make a difference, but we have to act now at every level, from local to global. And so I think it is very important. Again, I practice in the field of sustainable design. I think I'm here as a on a personal basis, but I think it's very important that we understand the impact that any development has, especially in sensitive regions. I guess the last comment for this section would be about the fact that this is a settlement area. And I know it's kind of a clarification, so maybe we can address, if it's possible, address that later. I'm not exactly clear the extent on the settlement area, but I did notice in the official plan there is specific reference to that not all areas within a settlement area are appropriate for development. And one of the things they mention are steep slopes, watercourses, and other natural or man-made features, which may prevent the development. And I think that there are some concerns, especially cited at the last meeting, which a more detailed investigation, I think, is required beyond just simply the site visit that I understand took place since the last meeting. So the last piece of this is regard to the steep slope and the information put forward. I guess contacted staff, I contacted the Conservation Authority. I haven't actually received any information which I thought would be a part of the package, including what the grading plan would be, or at least entrances and very basic information. And so it has me concerned with how development may proceed and how it gets proceed properly. The last slide that you see in the package there is another project. Again, not pointing fingers, but there's some significant erosion control challenges. Had that site been located within the watershed of this creek, would be a pretty detrimental impact to the habitat and also the drinking water. So I think it is very important to understand, given the information and the status of this application, that even if the committee does rule that they're satisfied with the information provided, which, as I've said, I've got concerns about, that there need to be additional controls put in place, including the environmental impact study, potentially either holding provisions or site plan agreement, which is done to ensure that stormwater and erosion control are implemented. And I think that it is it's a special part of the township, and I think it's important to recognize that. So my last comment, I guess, is just regarding the process-related concerns. I appreciate that the letter that the Doyles submitted was put in this agenda. I was surprised that it wasn't included in the minutes from the meeting that it was submitted. And the notes regarding those minutes were quite perfunctory, included the acronym NIMBY, so not in my backyard. And I think that's an unfair representation of public concern. I think this is all of our backyard. This is where we get the water from for the community of Camborne. And I think it's very important that these things get addressed. And I don't feel, from what I saw with that that letter that was submitted, I don't think a lot of the questions have been addressed. And I'm not familiar with the process to know how that happens, but I think it's a very important part of maintaining the integrity of this proceeding.
Thank you, Jordan. Nothing else then at this point in time?
Nope, that's
Thank you.
That's all.
We'll move forward with the next gentleman that stood. Would you like to go on record with your name and indicate your support of what's been said so far? Address? Okay. Anything else, Sandra? He's in opposition in support of what the previous speaker indicated. Is there anyone else in the audience in opposition to the application? Please, sir.
Dave Storms, 3508 Alberts Alley.
Would you like to speak to the issue?
I think, in general, Mr. Hogan has covered most of the concerns that we had. I'm not necessarily saying we're completely against, again, like he was saying, the process of the application, but we would like to see further information on exactly what especially when it comes to things like the road widening and some of the vague references we received that we didn't see much further information on. So.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience in opposition?
I'm Jamie Fraser, 3502 Alberts Alley. Again, I'm not in opposition of someone settling their own property and putting a home on there. I do agree with Jordan and his concerns. My property is right beside the first property. The one that's 2.83 acres. I am aware of cutting into the hill since my house is pretty close to the hill and the ramifications of cutting into the hill. I had to do quite some extensive work probably about 15 years ago to stop water from getting into my home because the hill was cut into more than what it should have been according to some engineers, and there was a ton of water that was always into the basement. So I had to go into my own pocket to fix that, which we haven't had any issues with that after that. But I am concerned with cutting in our drinking water for sure, the drinking water for all of Camborne. And again, just to reiterate, I love the old school of building property for your own family. That's the way it used to be done when people had acres and acres of property. So it is not about personal property being used for children or being sold. It's the environment and drinking water and the concerns that definitely Jordan has brought together.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience in opposition? Sir, please.
Jason Burney, family member of Pat Carroll Doyle, 5363 Doyle Road. I guess I'm the author of the NIMBY letter, we'll call it now, unfortunately. Again, when I spoke the first time, I have, as a property owner, you're allowed to do what you're allowed to do within the confines of the laws and regulations. I get that, I support that. I agree with Jordan. I'm a little disappointed that there's not more details provided, especially when you come into the driveways, cut into Tonal Hill, that I like to call it. I do not see how you're going to get driveways cut into the lots as laid out unless lots are going to be changed to cut driveway access to a different frontage. I kind of was expecting a little bit more details being provided based on all the questions that I was asked. I asked you last meeting. Again, I'm also kind of disappointed in the process. Nothing in control of here about the land severances, how one owner can switch and continually add more lots being subdivided. It's being done within the loopholes of the law. I look at that map right now, and basically we're creating a subdivision on a small country road. As Jordan said, Lower Road, you can't get more than one car on there. Snowplow has to back up to get back out again. So if this does proceed, I hope Hamilton Township budgets some extensive widening, repairs, and proper layouts of a road once this subdivision, if approved, goes in. I guess I'm disappointed too that this application was here before, was denied, allowed, and at that time told it was not gonna get any bigger, we won't be back, but we're back. So, that's all I have.
I think for the record, we should indicate that the development that this gentleman is speaking of is development that happened a number of years ago that actually went to the OMB outside of the committee of this particular application. Anyone else in opposition to the application in the audience? Anyone in the audience just seeking clarification? Being none, I shall move back to the applicant or members of the applicant's family. Would you like to come forward to the mic and speak to the committee, please? Or would you like to answer questions of the committee? That's an option as well. And for the record, again, please state your name and address.
My name's Claire Irwin, and me and my husband currently live with my in-laws at 3354 Doyle Road. We both lived in Camborne or Hamilton Township all our lives. My grandparents currently live on Little Road. Their last name's Little. My parents live on Little Road. We just want to live here, raise our family here. I thought we addressed all the issues. I don't know. I don't know what to say. We just want to start a family, have them go to Camborne School. We already drive up and down Doyle Road going to our in-laws' house. Our friends come to that property, so whatever increased traffic there would be, there isn't. It's already there. But yeah, that's all I have to say. I don't know.
Maybe we'll move to the committee, and there might be some questions
yeah, for sure.
that you might be able to to answer for them. Committee members, Mark, please.
Couple of questions, and not for you, more so for staff. At our last meeting, I believe we asked for an engineer's report in dealing with an entrance permits and so forth, especially dealing with the slope, and I don't see that before us, and I don't see how, even going to the agencies afterwards, I mean, depending on how those driveways are laid out and the direction of those driveways and where they may be placed on those lots, may make a difference to whether a house could even, and a septic could be put on those lots. So do we have such a thing yet? And has that been shared with all the other agencies to say, this is where the driveways are, this is how they're going to go, and this is where, what room's left to put a house, a septic, and a well, and so forth?
If please, committee, Lucas? Oh, there you are, sorry. Manager of Public Works, Lucas Kelly, is here, and hopefully he can assist in answering some of these questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So thank you. We were, the initial review when this application came in, there was significant concerns with the existing topography of this land. When we met with the homeowners and their contractors, they did stake out where the proposed entrances would be placed. During that time, we did review, and the first lot, as you're going southbound on Albert's Alley, there would only be about a 2 to 3 foot difference in elevation as you come off the edge of pavement. And I'm not sure if a culvert would even be required, because it could be a natural breaking point to drain the water on Albert's Alley. And then the second lot, after reviewing, as you go past, when you continue on Doyle Road, find the, not a hill, but the incline on the road, you will see where they did put some orange ribbon in the existing property. And during that time, there wouldn't be a significant challenge to put those entrances in. The Public Works Department didn't have any concerns regarding the location of the entrance. But as you go onto private property and you create a site plan, we didn't get into that full details regarding septic location, well location on the actual lot itself. We looked at the entrance and if it was able to be installed, and if there would be any engineering required.
Thank you, Mark, go ahead.
So at this point, we don't know the direction of the driveway, or whether they'd probably have to come, I presume they have to zigzag or something to, they couldn't go straight up and down out of those lots.
I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further than Mark?
No, not at this point. I just think, for me, I'll need that before I would be in favor of these lots. So, I mean, at some point, I'll probably ask for a deferral.
Thank you. Bill, I'll just go around the room here, Bill.
Okay. Do the applicants have an answer for the driveways? Are they going to go in on an angle, or?
You could drive your car from the road.
Can you
Yes.
approach the microphone, please?
Yes, then where's the driveway? Is this just going to
Very
go
clearly.
straight up? Okay. Straight up, then it's not going
And
to,
have been for over a month.
yeah.
We do have an entrance to the lot we're building on, and there's no issue walking in, driving in. It's
But just, we need to have this go through our microphone so that all in the room can hear and so that it can be properly recorded. Please.
I'm Clayton Irwin. I also live at 3354. So the issue with the driveways is it's actually quite flat. I know from the road it may look like an extremely steep pitch, but it's not. We've had all the agencies out there. We've had the guy doing our excavation, who's presently here right now, go out there and check everything out. So we did not have any issues with that.
Okay.
Bill, does that answer your question? Do you have
I
others?
wanted to give them the opportunity to answer, that's all.
Okay.
So they had a chance to get their 2
Thank
cents
you.
worth in. That's all right. From my own review, as far as what Sanders it provided us information-wise, all the things that we asked the applicant to do from the previous meeting, the applicant has done. There are just no complaints from any of the governing agencies at this time. The one issue that is niggling at me, however, is the road. I don't know if Lucas wants to address this or not, but the road width, what would we have to do? What do we plan to do, if anything, to the road? What's the speed limit on the road, and so on?
So the existing road obviously has been there for many years. If we review the site and we don't have any major future capital needs for that Doyle Road, we did place regrind asphalt, not sure exact year, but we do maintain that road yearly. We do plow it. And as for Albert's Alley, I mean, since we did close the bridge, we've probably reduced the flow of traffic. So if anything, with these two residential, one's going to be on Albert's Alley, and then one will be on Doyle Road. So currently Doyle Road has 2 entrances on it, so you'd make it 3. And Albert's Alley, I don't know how many residential entrances on there, but we'd increase it to 1. So, and like I say, the road is maintained. Do we see any future capital expenses to that road in the future? No, because it is a dead-end road. So I'm not sure how we could, what we could really do to improve that, considering there's only 3 residents on it.
Thanks.
Anything further than Bill?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Pat, moving to you.
Okay, I'm going to need to abstain on the voting part because I wasn't here at the original public meeting. I do have, I guess it's a question though. My own house is built into a hill. We have water issues, which are not fun. I have seen from previous years, a very long time ago, what that Albert's Alley, when Miss Fraser was having the water issues, I was on council, she was calling me. So I know what it looked like then. I don't see in here anything from the building department in terms of how do we make sure that those same water issues don't happen if this is approved. Am I wording the question well? Like, is that our building inspector's department, or is that just because of the slope? And like I said, I've lived with the problem, so I don't want to do something that encourages it, or I wouldn't want you to do something that encourages it.
Seems as though, Pat, you've made that into a statement rather than the question.
Who is it who checks that out is my question.
Once a building permit is applied for, then our site plan committee would review the scope of work, whether it be driveway location, elevations, percentage of slope on the driveway, well locations, septic locations, zoning regulations, house size, all of that, including lot grading, is dealt with through the site plan control process.
Okay, and because I noticed that the county said that the sewage stuff was all good, but then when I just wanted to know if I got Mark's question correct. When they're talking about building envelope, you're saying if they're including the driveway, will they still have enough room in a building envelope? Is that what you were trying to find out? Yes. Okay, so I would be interested in that one too.
Thank you, Pat. Larry, please.
My biggest peeve is about stormwater management, and this is a sloping property. I just want to ensure that from a long-term sustainability, that if this building permit goes through, or these lots go through, that the stormwater drainage is sufficient enough to last for its lifespan, because we continue to have stormwater management problems with no proper, ditches or drainage on these roads, because that's going to be a major issue, I think. So if you can plan and have, Mark talked about the engineering, I think that should be a part of the solution to this property.
I guess it's my turn here, if I might send a question or two towards the applicant. I've been on site several times, somewhat familiar with the area during my entire life as well. I'm a little confused on the comment about the elevation of the property in relationship to Albert's Alley. I did see some tape on a fence this morning when I was there, but I wasn't privy to the knowledge that that might have been an entrance location. So for myself, could you describe to me where the entrance proposal would be on the northerly lot.
The northerly lot, we actually are only severing that lot because it was requested by the township that in order to sever the lot further down, they wanted it abutting against another lot. That's the only reason we're severing two lots. So that's why we haven't created a driveway, because we're not building on it.
Okay, but your application is for a separate lot of conveyance, so it could be sold or transferred into someone else's name once we complete this process. Is that correct?
Well, they aren't planning on selling it at all. We strictly just did it so the placement of the other lot is where it would be.
So you wish to capitalize on application 19, being the southerly lot for yourselves.
Yes.
I think that's new information to the committee. I wonder why it isn't one large lot instead of two, by the way, but Sandra, could you speak to this or provide a comment in response to Mr. Irwin's recent submission?
They did come in, the Irwins did come in seeking to sever what is known as B2318, this more southerly of the lots, with no intention of B22 as the abutting lot or the adjoining lot between those existing and this one. It was suggested that another lot be created to maintain the consistency and not have I beg your pardon. I'm sorry about that. It was suggested that the middle lot B22 be sought for consistency, and so that B23 wasn't sitting out in the middle of nowhere. It certainly wasn't. I don't believe I demanded. I didn't intend to make that inference, but it was suggested. Whether or not they sell or develop B22, I believe that the question is is it developable? And the committee really shouldn't be creating a lot if it is not developable. And one of your questions is entrance issues. So if the Irwins came in and requested an entrance permit, that could be reviewed within 2 weeks of committee at the committee of at the site plan review committee, and to see that an entrance permit was available. I thought something did come forward, but I'm going by memory on that one. It could be determined that there is or is not an entrance available for that lot. But I realize that the Irwins are now saying they don't want to sell B22, and it's causing concern that if they've only applied for it to appease us, are they going to fulfill the conditions and have me stamp the deed? Because the deeds are not interdependent of each other, and I don't know why we're entertaining the B22 if they're not going to fulfill the conditions imposed and complete it. But that's just a question that's been raised in my head today. I don't know if I'm answering your questions right now. I'm sorry.
Well, you have. First of all, I must correct myself on the application numbers. 22 and 23 is the numbers, not 18 and 19 like I spoke of a moment ago. In my site reviews, and I think maybe the site reviews of a lot of the committee members, and maybe even the agencies, we seem to be having our comments directed more towards the north lot, where even the photographic information we received today shows a completely different elevation of that lot to the road than what Mrs. Irwin had shared with us earlier. So I think that clarifies a little bit. There's a couple of options here, and the first one that rolls through my mind is, should we be looking at an application here for one property rather than two? and whether that would comply with our regulations, whether it be an oversized lot or whether it be committee's denial of the northerly lot and consideration of the southerly lot. So I turn that back to the committee for decision process and ask that I entertain a motion if possible here. Bill?
Well, one of the most obvious results of that would be that if it was one lot created, it would be over 5 acres. It would still be marginal agricultural. There wouldn't be rezoning required, and it's up to the applicants are the ones who have to speak to the question as far as I can see.
Maybe I've overstepped here. I thought our family presentation was over, but obviously not. Mrs. Irwin, please.
Do you want me to state my name again? Debbie Irwin. First of all, it was my understanding that both of the entrances had been approved.
I believe just the south one.
We paid for two, so I'm assuming that there was 2 lots that were approved, just from the fact that we paid for 2. As far as drainage go, many of you know that the hill is actually a drumlin. And if you have looked into the 2 test holes we had done, on April 28th, I have a photo if you would like to see it, as far as storm water issues. Of course, that is our concern as well. This is our only entrance now to get in and out of our home. So, of course, stormwater is a big concern, but on April 27th, there was an amazingly large dump of water in our area. Many people's basements flooded. Many roads were flooded. Township will know that. If you tried to go home a certain way, the roads were closed. I have a picture on the 28th of the test hole if you'd like to see it. Larry? It's dry. It's gravel. This whole site is gravel. As far as slope stability goes, over the last 25 years of owning the property, we have planted over 8,000 trees on that hill. So as far as slope stability goes, it is more stable than it was 25 years ago when we purchased it. The reason that we did sever 2 lots was, first of all, Clayton and Clara just got married last year, wanted to build on the more southerly. We also have 4 children. When wind gets out that one child is building a house, it may be, very possible that the other 3 may want to move back to Camborne. That would be amazing. I would love to see my grandchildren go to Camborne School and walk home, as many of you probably would. So I find, the hoops that you have presented to us, I believe we have jumped through. We have, been very good tenants of the land. My husband actually has a degree in agriculture, and we are very up on agricultural water flow, planting of trees, planting of crops, and I do believe we have been very good neighbors to most of the people in this room. We haven't chased their children off. We've allowed their kids to fish in the stream. We are very, cautious about what's put on our fields as far as different chemicals go. If you can ask the farmers that rent it from us. And any building that we've done, we've always applied for applications and followed the rules. So as far as, we look after our 200 acres very well, I would say. As far as fences go, our neighbors cut them down so they can 4-wheel on our property. We put them back up. Our livestock gets out. Have you ever seen us here complaining? No. So we're here and we're here to stay, and I would hope that our families would be invited to come back and live in this community without a lot of issues.
Thank you. We'll go back to the committee. Bill, we were with you. Have any other questions?
I don't have any questions, but this is a very, very complicated situation, but to me, it comes down to this. The applicants, obviously, they own the land. They have met all the requirements of all the agencies that we asked them to meet. And at the risk of being unpopular with some members of our audience, this, to me, I mean, I'm willing to make a motion when you want one for this to go forward.
Mark, anything further?
I'm still with problem with the Lot 22, just because I don't have that engineered report that we did ask for at that last meeting. And it comes down to more than just saying, yeah, we have the entrance permit, but we also have to deal with the slope and the driveway, where the driveway is going to go, how it's going to run in relation to make sure that a house, a septic, and a well will fit there. If I have that information, I'm all for this. And I don't doubt your nice neighbors, and and the last thing I want is neighbors to feud or fight or be looked down upon. But it's just to make sure that lot's developable. That's the only thing I'm concerned with.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't want my son
Absolutely.
building a house and having water issues.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The first lot, I don't see a problem. The second lot, yes. The B22 lot, the northern lot.
So can you approve the southern lot and table the second lot?
If
I don't know
that's-
how that works.
If
but-
if that's something that you would wish today, I wouldn't have any problem in approving the first lot and deferring the second lot until that came in. If I get that
Then
engineering
they're the
study.
ones that want to start their family now and build a house. So if that is the way you want this to go.
That's my opinion.
I'm not saying
It's a
that one of
community,
my
so-
other 3 children are not going to want to build on the northern lot at some point, but, I mean, they have their floor plans, they have their backhoe guy ready to dig.
I understand.
And they don't want to live in our home with us for very much longer. I totally understand it as a newly married couple.
Sure.
The original report that I think you guys might be going off of was a picture of not where the driveway's going. So it is actually quite flat. You can walk right on, it's not an issue.
But it's, once it leaves the road, it has to go on an incline. So it depends on how that driveway has to be engineered and so forth, to make sure that a house and a well and a septic can fit there. If that can happen, then there's no issues. I don't think anybody has any issues.
We've had all the agencies you guys requested
No,
walk
no,
on the
no,
property.
I realize that, but we don't know where the driveway is going to go, the slope of the driveway, the run of the driveway, and so
I
forth.
think we need to move forward. At this point in time, I must admit, I feel as though we have driveways where driveways aren't supposed to be. We have questions of whether 2 driveways are approved or 1. We know that 2 have been applied for. What we don't know is, has each of the agencies reviewed the site in relationship to their own rules and their own rules only, which in a difficult lot like this, if the Conservation Authority has a requirement to a specific location for a home, does that meet the setback requirements? The manner in which that we normally deal with that is through site plan control. There's been reference to engineering in the past. One of the options that this committee could look at is approval. One is denial. We could split the lots, both approval and denial. We can defer. We can ask that a professional design of OLS or engineer be submitted for consideration. And that's a summary of what I believe our options are. Now, I would ask at this point in time, a motion from the floor as to which direction we wish to go with application B22. And just for clarity, Sandra, that is the north lot? That is the north lot. Where would you like to be, committee members, with the motion on B22-19? Park?
I'll motion that we defer that one until we have an engineering report come back, make sure that, as I mentioned, a house, septic, and a well can be put there after the design of the driveway is done.
Seconder to that motion? Seconder to that motion? I believe I can make a second to that, and I will do so for vote purposes. All those in favor of the motion? All those in opposition to the motion? Tied vote. Sandra, please, what does that mean?
Defeated.
Means it's carried?
It's defeated. It's defeated.
Defeated. Would it be appropriate for subsequent motions to be asked for, Sandra, on B22-19?
It's going to be,
Subsequent motions then, please, from the committee members.
I'll move for acceptance, but it's going to be the same vote. I will move that we pass B22.
Is there a second to that motion? It's been moved by Member Bill. Seconded to that motion. It's been seconded. Those in favor of the motion? Okay, staff, help me out here. Both motions are defeated?
Mr. Chairman, can I make one suggestion?
Please.
So the recommendation, I think I heard from Councillor Lovshin, was that one of the comments is that they would be willing to look at approval of the lot if it was engineered information as far as an engineered report on the servicing, the access, and the layout of the lot, or those sort of key considerations. From my understanding, we don't have that. If you put forward a recommendation that said you would accept approval, and a condition of the approval is that it is based on the submission of an appropriate report, engineered approved report that deals with those key issues of servicing, access, and the related issues that Councillor Lovshin mentioned, that might be sufficient to have a third vote in favor or not.
Mark?
I'll make that a motion then in dealing with B22, that be added as a condition, that the engineered driveway be done, with the driveway being done so that so that there's assurance that a house, a well, and a septic can be put on the lot. If that can be done, then it'll meet.
Is that the reference that I would have made earlier to an OLS professional design?
Yes.
Sandra, do you have a suggestion on this aspect?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I think the request, though, is not an OLS, which is just a surveyor. You want an engineered report, which is an engineer, agronomist, or whatever, a professional water engineer who's going to deal with the issues of servicing and otherwise. So it's more than just the surveying, it's the actual engineer's report on it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I actually deferred just to Sandra for comment. Do you have any, Sandra?
It's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, that since the approval was defeated, it's defeated. You're done.
New motion.
You can't.
This is a new motion we're putting on the floor, so we can add that to our, we can add another, we can put another motion on the floor if we so wish.
It's a different motion.
It's a different motion. It's not the same motion.
What you're saying, Sandra, is we don't have an option of creating a third motion here.
That would be my understanding, but I believe the clerk is searching Robert's Rules of Order or something to that effect.
Glad this isn't the first meeting I ever came to.
While Sandra's looking, Scott, can I have a clarification on the motion? That the
Please.
motion is that we're moving to pass this with the provision that an engineer's report be presented prior to the stamping of the deed. Is that what we're doing?
That's correct, to make sure that a house, a septic, and a well can be put on the property.
I'll second that motion this time, if I'm able.
Let's see if we have an option of moving forward with it.
A tie vote is deemed defeated. Okay, so.
We put a new vote on the table, we put a new motion on the table, though.
So we can move forward with the third motion. It's been determined that a tied vote is defeated, which we assumed a few moments ago, which means both of the previous motions are defeated, which means there is no current or active motion on the floor, which provides an opportunity for a third motion to be brought forward. That has been done so by Member Lovshin. It almost was seconded by Bill and is now seconded by Member Bill. I would ask for the vote on the motion, please. All those in favor? Passed.
Carried.
Thank you. Moving forward to B 23-18, being the southerly lot. Do we have a motion from the floor?
I'll move that one for approval.
Move for approval with the conditions identified?
No conditions.
The conditions that were, yeah, already.
Normal conditions, Bill. of
Oh,
the-
yeah, not the extra provision.
No.
Okay.
Seconded by Member Bill. Question, Pat?
I'm kind of scared, but yes. I thought that that one was defeated,
No, hasn't been made yet.
that one never came up at all?
No.
I got my numbers mixed up, and I thought I heard.
23 is the south one.
23 is the south one.
Only 22, okay. My apologies.
It's been moved and been seconded for approval with the normal conditions that's included in Sanders' report. All those in favor of the motion? Passed. We now get to move on to minor variances. First application is A03-19, McNulty. Sandra, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application is from George and Jane McNulty at 9491 Cedar Creek Trail. The notice of public meeting was circulated to the neighboring property owners on or before April 29, 2019, and the signs were posted on the property on April 24, 2019 in accordance with the Planning Act. The application is seeking relief from Section 73B1 to permit a reduced front setback of 6.09 meters, 20 feet, where a minimum of 20 meters, 65.6 feet, is required for a detached accessory building. And the applicant's reason for not complying is with respect to the topography of the land, and a large retaining wall would be required and access would be difficult. I do note that the mapping that was circulated to the public had an error on it, and the mapping that is included on page 5 of the report has been corrected. So the property isn't square. It does follow the line of the creek at the southern end. But that particular issue wouldn't have any relevance or bearing on the proposal in front of committee because the proposal is at the northwest corner of the property. Provincial policy statement and township official plan both allow detached accessory buildings in the rural area. And it appears that the proposal is outside of the 120-meter protected area around an ANSI, an area of natural and scientific interest, being a life science ANSI. So no additional studies or tests were required with respect to the ANSI. The variance requested is 13.91 meters or 45.6 feet. Because at this portion of the road, the only property being served is the McNulty property. It is not a highly traveled road. It's my opinion that something being closer to the road would not have a safety impact. The Township Public Works Department had no objection. Conservation Authority listed a number of things such as their development interference with wetlands, alteration to shorelands and water courses regulation. The permits are required on the property prior to any works. They cannot alter or interfere with the water channel. Don't work in the floodplain portions of the property. They're not within the erosion hazard limit, and again, it speaks to the Baltimore Creek swamp wetland, but there will be no negative impacts from the development. The authority therefore had no objection, but do remind that permits are required. Those were the agency comments, so it's up to the committee to determine whether the request is is minor in nature. Does it maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw? Does it maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan? And is it desirable for the appropriate development and use of the land? Should the committee grant the variance, it's requested that the following conditions be imposed. One, the permitted use of the subject detached accessory building shall be for the storage of personal vehicles and household items only. Use of the accessory building as an accessory residential space, commercial purposes, or other industrial type building is strictly prohibited, and plumbing shall not be supplied to the building. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone in the audience in support of the application? I take it yes, I presume possibly the applicant.
So,
And for the record, would you state your name and address?
yes, sir. George McNulty, 9491 Cedar Creek Trail, RR1 Baltimore.
You will be provided an opportunity to speak to the application if you wish, or answer questions if you wish in a moment.
Thank you.
Is there any person is in the audience in opposition to the application? There being none, are there any persons in the audience seeking clarification? There being none, I will come back to the applicant. Would you like to speak to the application or ask questions, answer questions from the committee?
I'd like to answer questions. I don't believe I really have any hard statement. If you have a reason why I want it up there, I could explain that.
Okay, we'll go to the committee and see if they have questions. Committee members? No questions? I'd ask for a motion then.
I'll move to approve the application.
Seconder? Pat? All those in favor? Passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Can I ask who does the roads out there? Is the person who's in charge of them here?
Front counter will be able to help you.
No, they put a ditch down there and it's working like magic. The water does not cross.
We will receive compliments here, but that's it. No complaints.
So am I done now? I can
Yes.
tell my guy to start digging?
Oh, no, there's a 20-day appeal period.
Will I get information or something? So I didn't want to leave and think I don't know anything.
Contact Sandra tomorrow, the next day, and she'll fill you
For the
in.
benefit of all applicants, a notice of decision will be forwarded within the next few days, as soon as humanly possible. And after the required appeal period, notice of no appeal, hopefully, will be forwarded as well. So at that point, then building permits would be available for the minor variances, but of course, consent to sever would have conditions to fulfill. So I will notify each applicant of the decision.
Can I call you tomorrow and ask you what all that means and when I can call my concrete guy?
It's going to be a month before you can build.
We'll let you discuss that with Sandra at a later date. Moving on, application A0419, Carr Burke, Carr's agent. Sandra, if you would, is there anyone in the audience?
I can do my part first.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yes, thank you. A0419, Ryan Carr and Jennifer Burke, 5193 White Road North. The application was circulated on or before April 29 to the neighbors, and the signs were posted on the property on April 26 in accordance with the regulations of the Planning Act. The application is seeking a number of different variances. There were 9 in total that were addressed in the notice. However, number 1 and number 5 are being excluded from the discussion because additional information has come forward from the building department. The applicant wishes to build an addition onto the side of the house at a reduced setback of 36 feet from the exterior side lot line, where 66 feet is required. And because of other buildings that were put on the property, we also need to look at the lot coverage of all detached accessory buildings and the size of the detached accessory garage versus the size of the house. And then there's also the possibility of looking at the setbacks of the various detached accessory buildings throughout the yard. Various A minor variance was granted in 2016 with respect to the detached accessory garage, and it was built a little bigger than was anticipated and a little bigger than the building permit did permit. So the building department is working with the applicant to get that rectified. The proposal before the committee with respect to the house addition and the lot coverage and the size of the detached accessory versus the size of the house. With respect to the provincial policy statement and the official plan, the proposals would be in keeping with both of these documents. The land is zoned Oak Ridges Marine Environmental and enjoys rural residential zone provisions. The variance is required for lot coverage of all detached accessory buildings. They are allowed to have a 5% lot coverage, and the proposal appears to be 5.63% for a variance of 0.63% or 183 square feet. The size of the accessory building versus the principal, the variance previously allowed him to go up to 60.5% of the size of the house, but because he built larger than what was anticipated, he's now at 69.14% for a 9.0% increase, or 96 square feet. And the exterior setback is, again, supposed to be 66 feet. They are proposing 36 for a variance of 30 feet. I'm hoping that the applicant is here today and can speak to the location of the various detached accessory buildings. If they could be moved into the proper setbacks, then the variances numbers 2, 3, 4, and 7 would not be necessary. Hopefully they've been able to do something towards that over the course of the weekend. I haven't had a chance to speak with him since the weekend. Commenting agencies, Public Works had no objections. The county, they did object to, they have no objections to the variances for the existing buildings, but do not support the proposed variance for a reduced exterior setback at this time. The owner is required to demonstrate that the sewage system can accommodate the additional load or obtain a permit for a new sewage system. The owner should be encouraged to provide a completed sewage system review form to the inspection services for their review. Conservation Authority, subject property is entirely within the conservation's regulation, and permits are required. And the property, of course, the development is subject to Oak Ridge Marine policies. They have, conservation has no objection, but advise that a permit is required. Township building permits were issued for a 24 by 28 garage and an 8 by 16 porch addition. Records show that the porch framing was as per plan. Applicant's measurements must be from exterior wall of house to eaves of porch addition. The zoning bylaw area is measured by the exterior walls, not including eaves, which was one of the problems that were initially identified, variance number 1. It was mismeasured, but once chief building official looked at it, it was determined that it was mismeasured and everything was fine, so variance number 1 is no longer required. And the applicant remeasured the setback of the garage, and he's at the 18-foot mark, where a 15-foot mark minimum was previously granted. As for review of the detached accessory garage, the construction building is not in compliance with the permit issued. If the variance is not approved, the applicant shall bring the building into compliance with the approved gross floor area. This one is a little bit more complicated. In conclusion, only the county voiced an objection to the variance for the house addition. The septic system issues will be addressed through the building permit process, as is the standard practice. The reduced setback for the house addition appears to be in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw. Appropriate permits are required from the county, conservation authority, and the township. Lot coverage increase for all detached accessory buildings appear to be minor. Increase of the size of the new garage versus the size of the house appears to be minor. Permit correction is required. Proponents must advise of their intent with respect to the detached accessory buildings, whether they're going to relocate to the proper setbacks or prepare a surveyor's real property report and proceed with other variances in the future. As always, committee must satisfy itself that the 4 tests of variance are met prior to granting relief for each item. Is relief minor in nature? Does it maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw? Does it maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan? And is it desirable for the appropriate development and use of the land? Should the committee grant the variances, number 6, number 8, and number 9, it's recommended the following conditions be imposed. A building permit for the detached accessory garage shall be brought into compliance with the variances granted, and other detached accessory buildings shall be relocated on the lot in compliance with the rural residential zone provisions prior to issuance of any building permits. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Again, to the audience, anyone here in support of the application? The applicant's here. Would you like to come forward or at least stand and identify yourself and address, please?
Yeah, Brian Carr, 5193 White Road North.
You available to answer questions if there are any later?
Sure, whenever you want.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the application? Anyone here in opposition to the application? Anyone here seeking clarification on the application? We'll go to committee members. We do know, Mr. Carr, that we do know that staff have a question or two for you. We'll go to committee members and see if there's any questions here.
I just need to know the answers that Sanders already asked through her presentation, dealing with the existing buildings and so forth.
Yeah, for sure. So there's 2 outstanding wood sheds that are on the outside of the property, as no one likes a wood pile in the middle of their backyard. According to the regulations, that's where they're supposed to be. So, and the one is a Canadian Tire tarp shed that can be, it's almost ripped down now, but it can be, I'd like to leave it where it is because it's tucked in behind the trees, hidden, and not in the middle of the yard as well, so it's just a matter of...
What would be the size of that structure?
That tarp shed is 12 by 16, 12 by 20. 12 by 20.
And there's another, just to follow with...
The 2 wood sheds are 10 by 7 on the outside of the properties. And the garage is 4 feet bigger than it was supposed to be, but if you want to talk about that, we can talk about that too.
Well, we're going to adjust that through a minor variance, but that question's not on the floor at this particular point in time. Mr. Lufsen, does that answer your questions? Any further questions, Mark? Any other questions from committee? Pat?
So the tarp shed you're moving, Ryan?
No, I'd like to leave it where it is, as it's just a storage for my old tractor, and it...
I thought you said you'd already,
No, it's
partway down or
not
something.
moving.
Okay. And the other 2 are solid?
Yeah, I'd like to, they can be moved, but I'd rather that they're not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Pat? Other committee members? Bill, Larry? Sandra?
So when we're doing this minor variance... Sorry, when we're doing the minor variance, Sandra, then, he's asking for all of the conditions and not just those 3 that you mentioned at the end. Am I right with that? There's 6 of them, I believe.
If the buildings, the 2 wood sheds, the tarp, and the storage and lean-to, if everything was put at the proper setback, then only the 3 variances discussed would be required. If they're not moved to the proper setback, then a survey is required identifying exactly where they are so that those variances can come back. Because most of these buildings were not included in the drawing that was submitted 3 years ago. So they are new buildings built without permit, and some of them didn't need permit. A 7x10 does not require permit, but it still must comply with this bylaw. So, Mr. Carr has indicated here today that he would rather not move his buildings. Therefore, it would appear to me that a surveyor's real property report is required to confirm their locations, and then variances will come back to committee as a condition of this variance, or committee may defer this variance and allow it to be amended with confirmed confirmed setbacks, so that we're not playing a game and finding out, oh, it's 3 feet, no, it's 2 feet, whatever.
Mr. Carr, that staff comment has provided some clarity as to what would be required if you left the structures as is, being an Ontario Land Surveyor's survey. That obviously comes with some time and some expense. Would you like to ask the committee to keep the buildings at this point in time, or would you like to rethink your previous response?
I'd like to keep the buildings where they are.
Okay. Any further questions from the committee? Motion?
I'll make the motion then, well, for me, I'd like to see us defer it until we bring everything back and have clarity and pass it all at the same time, so then I'm a little worried that if we just pass the 3, that the other ones may never come back. So it'd be nice to clean it up and have it all done at once, and it'd probably be better for you in the end, too.
So are
I'll
you
make a
making a motion of deferral?
Motion to defer.
Seconder to the motion? Seconded by Pat. Is there any clarity needed on the motion? Is everyone aware of what's being said here?
No, I'd like some clarity on what this is doing to the applicant. Like, what position does this leave him in?
It would direct him to have a surveyor's real property report prepared, and then his minor variance application as a whole can be amended rather than have a new application and new costs to that, and it can come back as soon as possible following the submission of the surveyor's real property report.
Am I correct in believing that a surveyor, that could run into several $1,000s?
It's my understanding that they are a couple $1,000s. So.
And we have asked the applicant if that's the way he wishes to go, and we have received confirmation of that. Pat?
I just, I need some clarity on something slightly different. If we're asking the applicant to put out that kind of money, rather than deferral, shouldn't this be approved with the condition? Because what if he puts out that money and then we still turn down the conditions on him? Like, that we're putting him in a definitely losing situation.
The motion was, and we could have that read for clarity.
That's why I'm asking, is it possible to put a condition? Because then I can ask for a friendly amendment. So can you put a condition on a minor variance?
Yes.
Okay, so.
It's not.
Because
not
that way
something we'd
he's
like to
not, that way he doesn't have to, it doesn't have to come back to us again. Oh, I can't put a condition on a deferral, though. Okay, that's fine.
You got an answer to your question?
Yep.
Bill? I still want to be clear with the applicant that this is the way he really wants to go. Like, if he wants to spend that amount of money, what would he have to do not to have the survey bring the 2 woodsheds? How far?
The woodshed at the north property line, which, the northeast
Yep.
property line, would have to come in 66 feet from the road allowed.
66 feet.
It's an exterior side lot line. And 10 feet from the rear. And then the buildings at the southeast corner would all have to be 10 feet from the rear and 10 feet from the south. So it's my opinion that the buildings are either relocated or the survey happen and the variances come forward to committee to make a decision at that point.
I have a question needing clarity. Now, with the suggestion that the minor variance have a condition tied to it. The minor variance that Mr. Carr is truly seeking is for the addition of the house. So that would be, that proposal would be on hold until that condition of the minor variance was approved and the OLS was sought out and submitted to the municipality. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I guess what I'll do is I'll turn to Pat, sorry?
But if we do it, if we do it as an amendment, as soon as Mr. Carr's received it, he can go forward as soon as he's shown it to Sandra, correct? If it's a condition, it doesn't have to come back to us again.
If which is the condition?
If we approve the variances.
Yes.
With the condition that we get the survey.
Okay.
Because he wants to leave the buildings up, then as soon as he's gotten that survey, shown it to you, he's good to go.
The
If we do it as a deferral, then he has to come back to us again, and that's going to put him another month, 2 months into building time. Am I doing that right there?
I'm trying to, I'm going to maybe rephrase this a little bit if I may. Deferral's on the table, but if the variances, the 3 variances are approved with the condition that a survey comes in, will he be good to go once the survey is received and appeal period is passed? He would be good to go for the house, but I'm not sure how we could enforce coming back for any other variances required, given the information on the survey.
I might point out that at present, on the floor, we have a motion for deferral.
Yes.
It's been moved, it's been seconded.
Yes.
We actually need to vote on that motion. Mark, I believe you called that motion, and Pat, you seconded it, if I remember correct. So I would ask for the vote, please. Those in support of the motion? Okay, that's denied. I'll call for a second motion. Pat?
I make a motion for approval of all of the variances, but with the inclusion for a condition for the land survey.
Okay. Do we have a seconder to that motion?
Is it enforceable? Before I second
We
it.
could tie it to the building permit.
Then I'll second it.
If I might speak to that, one of our conditions that we would need to add that be submitted and that no building permits be granted until that's been submitted to the satisfaction of the township. Would that work for staff as a condition?
I'm concerned that the wood sheds that appear to be on the lot line might in fact be proven to be encroaching on the neighbors one way or the other, and we can't grant a variance for somebody else's property.
Then this would become null and void, and Mr. Carr would have to start over.
Yes.
Please, Larry.
Mr. Carr, are these buildings that we're in contentions with, are they movable?
One's got 3 cords of wood in it, but I'm sure you can move it somehow.
I would advise you to move it. And get over it.
We've asked Mr. Carr that, we've asked Mr. Carr several times, and his choice has been each and every time that he wishes to keep the buildings.
It's going to cost you thousands.
We have a motion on the floor. We have added a condition with that motion. It's been seconded. Does anyone need clarity on what the motion is?
Yes, please.
Mark, you started this off.
No.
No, I didn't start.
Sorry,
No, it's
sorry,
Pat.
Pat, you started off. The motion simply is, Pat,
That approval of all 6 minor variances on condition of a land surveyor I have to change it slightly by the sounds of things, confirming that the accessory buildings are actually on Mr. Carr's property. I don't know how you do it tied to the building permit. Is that, I'm still not hitting it?
We have an experienced person here in the form of our municipal clerk. Could we buy in a little bit here, Kate, please?
Okay. Kind of complex. I mean, yes, there's different options here. There were different options that were discussed with Sandra previously, and she's discussed them with the applicant, that the small 7x10 structures, which could be encroaching on other properties based on the diagram, and that's what we have to go on. If there's encroachments exist, getting the land survey and that confirms that they're encroaching, then he's really not meeting, we can't grant a variance for an encroachment. So then you're putting him in a position that he's going to either lose, he's paid out the money, he's not going to be able to get the variances. So then we're going to drive him down another road of encroachment agreements for a 7x10 woodshed that he could easily, I would say, probably relocate to meet the bylaw requirement, but this decision is yours. But the only way to tie a condition in with a minor variance that's required for a building permit is that we tie that condition to the issuance of a building permit. So you're wanting to put an addition onto your house, but we wouldn't be able to issue that building permit until you meet the conditions. Meeting the conditions again, if you can't meet them because your buildings are encroaching, it's just a vicious circle for you, Mr. Carr. Members of the committee.
Our CAO, Arthur, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Is there a way that we could tie the condition to obtaining the property survey and ensuring that there's no, the location of the shed is not on the adjacent property, that the sheds are located and moved to the property? The danger being it's not meeting the bylaws, so you'll have to grant some kind of variance, but we're saying, get the survey, locate them on your property, and we'll grant this minimal variance, but we don't want you on someone else's property.
I believe that's the conclusion that we've all come to.
We were worded, Mr. Chair, we word that in the condition, that prepare the condition is that you prepare the land surveyor's property report, and you ensure that the buildings are located on your property, thereby granting a variance to that, so that 66 feet is not required, but it's at least off the property line.
That could be considered a suggestion or a friendly amendment if it came from a committee member. Pat, you moved.
I would accept the friendly amendment if Sandra can figure out a way to write it. May I also ask another question? To my mind, it's the actual woodshed one that's divided with the neighbor. That's the problem. The one that's on road allowance. That's the cart one, right? One on the road allowance?
That's two small woodsheds. One on the south, one on the north.
Where's the cart one then?
To the east.
At the back.
Sandra, back to you if we would. Do we have a motion on the floor?
So if I'm understanding this correctly, motion to approve as presented, save and accept number 1 and number 5. Prepare a surveyor's real property report. Ensure that all buildings are on the subject land. And if they are found to be on the subject land by 1 inch or 10 feet, that variance is automatically granted without review.
That's the thought at this point in time. Is that satisfactory to the mover and seconder?
Satisfactory to me.
So I can ask a question. If it's not, is there opportunity within that motion for him to move that building so it's not within his property? Because if it comes back and you get your surveyor's report and it says it's on the other side of that property, you have to right now turn those variances down.
Correct.
So you have to have something in there to say, if you're going to go this route, to say that if they're outside of his property, that he's got to move them over.
And I'm not sure what kind of enforcement power I have.
We can always come back to a deferral, or you can always, the committee members can come back to a denial here. We know what the applicant wants. He wants to keep the buildings. We've got a motion on the floor, deferral. Pat?
I'm just curious, after hearing all of our discussion, if Mr. Carr has any other ways he'd prefer to do it.
I'm sorry,
Are you
Pat?
are you still satisfied with your decision to leave things as they are, realizing how it might backfire?
Well,
No, the motion is for
there'll be no
approval.
looking into it after the committee makes a decision if you want a variance.
Because of a road allowance, so.
I'm sorry, sir?
It's on my property, and I'm not putting my wood sheds in the center of my yard because there's a road allowance, and they've already approved the garage to be 15 feet minimum from that road allowance. It's been a previous variance, so.
So what does the committee wish to do? We do have a motion on the floor. Albeit, we're not so sure we shouldn't have it read, just to get clarity on it.
He can't build his addition though unless this is covered, correct?
Correct.
Yes, so the building part can't happen unless everything falls into place.
Correct.
Okay.
Sandra, do you have a handle on our motion?
I believe the motion is to approve all variance requests, save and except 1 and 5, which are no longer required, on the condition that a surveyor's real property report is submitted confirming the location of all buildings and structures prior to issuance of any building permits. Should the surveyor's real property report identify buildings encroaching onto other properties, those buildings shall be relocated onto the subject property, but otherwise all variances are granted without further review and without confirmation of what the setbacks actually are.
You've heard the way it's been read. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Are you satisfied with it? Do you wish to move forward on the vote? I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Approved.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next application, Thompson, 8519. I believe this is Hutzel Road.
Yes. William and Karen Thompson at 9487 Hutzel Road in the Village of Baltimore. The notice of public meeting was circulated on or before April 29, and the signs were posted on the property on April 25 in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. In fulfillment of condition of provisional consent for new lot creation granted under B 0918, this application is seeking relief from Section 525-2 of the general provisions to recognize the location of the two detached accessory buildings in front of the house where they should be behind the front line of the house. And the applicant's reasons for not complying with the bylaw, they do exist, and relocating them would be cost prohibitive. The proposal is in keeping with the provincial policy statement and the township official plan, as detached accessory buildings are permitted in settlement areas. Again, the zoning bylaw, the property is zoned rural residential, and it's just the location of these buildings. These buildings are well removed from the road, the traveled road allowance, so that it's not a safety issue. It just so happens that they were put up prior to any building permits being issued, and they are in front of the front line of the house. Building department acknowledges, Township Works Department have no objections. Building department, there's no record of any permits for this property, so permits will need to be obtained. Conservation Authority, the property is governed by development interference with wetlands, alteration to shorelands, water courses. Permits are required prior to any development or construction on the property, but they have no objection to the location of the buildings. As always, the committee must satisfy itself that the 4 tests of a variance are being met. It's a relief minor in nature, doesn't maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, doesn't maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan, and is it desirable for the appropriate development and use of the land. Should the committee grant the requested variance, it's recommended that a condition be imposed that the required building permits be obtained prior to stamping of the deed for consent. I do take this opportunity to remind the applicant that the deed must be stamped, I believe it's by June 21. So by the time this 20-day appeal period is finished, he will have a week and a half, 2 weeks to obtain the required building permits and submit copies to my office so that I can then say that the minor variance is done, or else the consent will be lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Is our applicant present with us today?
Yes. Bill Thompson,
Thank you. And your address?
9487 Buxell Road.
Thank you. We'll be back to you in a minute. Anyone in the audience in support of the application, other than the applicants? Anyone in the audience in opposition to the application? Anyone in the audience wishing clarification? Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, you may wish to answer questions, come forward at the appropriate time. Any questions from the committee members?
I'll just move to approve the application.
It's been moved, been seconded by Pat McCourt. All those in favor? Passed. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Sit down.
The only word of advice, Mr. Thompson, is that be very cautious. There's a very limited time frame there for you to have this minor variance in place and get your deed stamped on your other application. So be very cautious there.
No, I can go ahead and get somebody, a building inspector or whoever the authorities are to approve of this, Bill?
Yes, we'll let you speak to staff tomorrow. There is a time frame in which you'll be notified that you can move forward on that. So we'll let you speak with staff in another day.
Okay, sounds good.
In an effort to move forward here.
I keep forgetting to ask for reasons and impacts.
Who moved that?
This one, no one cared.
Let's get through these minor variances. Canto A0619.
This is for 5139 Halsted Beach Road, Unit 430. Since, I'm going to go off script here, if you would permit me. Since this application and report was put out to committee, it came to my attention that the drawing that is attached, the septic system is required to be 20 meters from the high water mark, and it's showing on this drawing as 15.2 meters from the high water mark. Another variance is required. I've spoken to the applicant, and I'm now requesting on his behalf a deferral of this application to not even hear the public meeting. And
It's been moved, it's been seconded. All were in favor.
Okay, we will be back for another public meeting. I will be circulating to the neighbors again. So that was moved by Mark and seconded by Pat. Defer. Thank you.
I don't know whether there are any people in the audience in support or in opposition, but there will be a meeting in the future. It will be recirculated.
Yes.
Next application, Tinney, A0719. Sandra, please.
Thank you. Anne Marie and Kevin Tinney at 9034 Tinney Road. The notice of public meeting was circulated on or before April 29, and the signs were posted on the property on April 20 in accordance with the regulations of the Planning Act. The application is seeking relief from Section 93B1 to permit a reduced front setback of 15.8 meters, where 18.17 meters is the established setback and therefore permitted to continue. The applicant's reasons for not complying, it's an irregular shaped lot and there isn't a lot of depth to allow for the building to occur further back. The provincial policy statement and the township official plan will be respected with this application. The property is zoned Oak Ridges Marine Countryside with rural residential zone provisions. The variance requested is 2.37 meters or 7.81 feet. The lot is triangular in shape and the house is not built parallel to the front lot line. Keeping the visual appearance of the new garage to be in line with the front of the house results in the reduced front setback. Public Works had no objection. Building Department had no objection and remind the applicant that permits are required. Conservation Authority have no objection and say that the property is not regulated under their regulations. Permits are not required from the authority. As always, committee must satisfy itself that the 4 tests of a variance are met prior to granting relief for each item. Is it minor in nature? Does it maintain the zoning bylaw? Does it maintain the official plan? And is it appropriate development for the use of the land? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see our applicants here. Mr. Chitty, for the record, could you indicate your name and address? Will you entertain questions if there are any? Yep. Thank you. Is there anyone else in support of the application? Anyone in the audience in opposition to the application? Anyone wishing seeking clarification? Committee members, any questions? Moved by Member Bill King, seconded by Mark Lovshin. Any discussion? All those in favor? Passed. Thank you. You will receive notice in the mail. Our last minor variance, A08-19, Ford Street, Kembarn. Sandra, please.
Thank you. Patricia Warder is at 1 4th Street in the village of Camborne. The notice of public meeting was circulated on or before April 29, and the signs were posted on the property on April 17 in accordance with the regulations of the Planning Act. The application is seeking relief from Section 13.3B3 to permit a reduced side setback of 1.39 meters, where 3 meters is required to permit the construction of an attached residential garage. The applicant's reasons for not complying: she needs storage for her vehicles, groundskeeping equipment. A single-car garage is not large enough, and due to the septic and the house and the trees, there's nowhere else to build the garage. The provincial policy statement and township official plan will be respected with this application. With respect to the zoning bylaw, the property is zoned urban residential first density, and the variance requested is 1.16 meters or 5.28 feet. The house is built close to the south lot line, only allowing for the small attached garage. The proposal is to maintain over 18 feet between the new garage and the neighboring house. Public Works had no objection, and the Building Department had no objection, and remind the applicant that permits are required. Should the committee, again, must satisfy itself with respect to the 4 tests. Is the relief minor in nature? Does it maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw? Does it maintain the intent of the official plan? And is it desirable and appropriate development for the use of the land? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sandra. Is our applicant or agent in the audience? And address 1 4th Street. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience in support of the application? Anyone in the audience in opposition to the application? If you would, please.
Jason Sharp, 3 4th Street.
Thank you.
And Sharon Sharp, 3 4th Street.
Would you like to speak to the application at this time?
Sure. You want me to come up or come in?
Please come to the microphone.
Good afternoon. So I have a couple of concerns. I would like her to build a garage, but I would like to propose that that setback is too far. Between our 2 properties, we have a natural swale coming from the schoolyard, so any water that accumulates over the winter drains down between the 2 properties into the culvert. At some point in time, Town Council approved 5 Ford Street to fill their culvert in, and all drainage now sits in my culvert. It has nowhere to go. The drainage has been filled in. Whether you did it legally or illegally, I'm not sure. We've inquired with Roads Department.
But basically, right now, all water in that street pools in 3 Ford Street's culvert and backs up through my sump pump ejection and sits in my basement. My primary concern is that if she moves closer to the setback, the impact that it will have will push soil and dirt and water into my foundation. I know that there's still listed as 18 feet between the 2 buildings. It's not a survey. I didn't confirm the measurements because I didn't go on her property to confirm the measurement setbacks. She's asking for a 5-foot setback. I don't know, in the application process, it doesn't actually say what size the garage is, but based on the sketch, it's much larger than a single car. I'm thinking a car and a half would be a reasonable compromise, and we maintain 7 feet of side yard setback. So that would give her the flexibility. I'm assuming she's around 20 to 21 feet. I'm proposing she does around an 18-foot garage, and then that would give her the ability to store. My other concern is lot coverage at some points, because you have the house, you have the proposed garage, she's got a proposed greenhouse and a shed in the back. So at some point, lot coverage should start playing a role in this decision too.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
No.
Would the other member present like to speak to it or confirm what's been said?
I confirm.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience in opposition? Anyone simply seeking clarification? If I could come back to the applicant, would you like to come forward and would you like to answer any questions or make a presentation on behalf of the application?
Okay.
Feel free to proceed.
I had talked to Sandra and the building committee about a greenhouse because I have a swimming pool and I don't want a swimming pool. And I saw a potential for putting in a greenhouse and they said no, nothing between the house and the road, so that is a no-go. I'll be tearing the swimming pool out. So as far as coverage, that's not an issue. When we were talking the other day, he was talking about the water that he has a problem with. The water is coming off of the schoolyard into his backyard, flooding it. And what water comes off doesn't come from my yard to his. His comes to my swale on my property. Sorry, I get really uptight.
That's okay.
He's had an ongoing issue. It was there before with the previous owners. They used to take their snow blower out and do a big loop to drain the water away because they do have an issue with the flow of water on their property. But my building a garage is not going to be affecting that because I was going to, as I said to him, I was going to put in a French drain with sleeved big O pipes out to the ditch and so on. I don't understand where this is coming from because I haven't been putting water on his property and I don't intend to do that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else then?
I don't know what else you want to know.
Maybe the committee will have questions for you.
I was talking to the fellow in the building department and he said that he needs to talk to the school, the department, the school board, whatever, or go through the office here for a complaint about the water coming off because he does have a septic bed like I do.
Okay, thank you.
As far as the other side of his property, he should be talking to his neighbor about rebuilding that swale on the other side too.
Committee members?
Well, that property probably is township property there where the ditch has been filled in. Sounds like to me, we should be contacting our own roads department to
when they were
clean that out.
working on the roads last year, they dug it too deep and there's water pooling there. But I don't understand why it's backing into a sump pump unless it's not hooked up properly.
Well, Ford Street is scheduled for some construction work this year, so I think that will help with the drainage along the front of the properties. Mark?
Just a question on the garage size. What is the dimensions of the garage?
The roof line was going to be 21 feet out, which is it's a foot narrower than what the other properties are. What I'm aiming is to have the roof line go to where my driveway is right now. That's the width of my driveway. Yeah. So the foundation would be a foot back from where my driveway is right now.
Okay, so what is the dimension of the garage that you're adding?
What's that dimension going to be?
That would be, the walls would be 20 feet wide, and then it was going to be, I was hoping for 24, 25 feet deep. And the position depends on the cost of moving the hydro. I would have to have it set back about 3 feet from the front of the house. I want it in line with the same as all the other houses. But if it's prohibitive cost, then I'm going to have to set it back 3 feet.
So she's indicated to me that the party wall, if you will, would be 20 feet, and then where you drive in would be 25.
Oh, no,
No?
20 feet wide and
So, okay.
24, 25 feet deep.
This is 20.
Yeah.
And this is 24.
Yeah.
Okay, so the party wall will be 24.
So the distance of the
20 by
wall
24.
from his house is 18, 19 feet. I was trying to do the measurements myself, and that was difficult.
Any other questions from committee members? Pat?
So your neighbor asked about the possibility of the garage being 2 feet narrower. Is there any possibility of going a little bit deeper and doing that 2 feet more narrow to make it work?
Well, what I was trying to do is keep from going back further than the back wall of his house for the sake of it not being offensive to his view. How do I say? That's what I was trying to avoid.
It's the aesthetics.
That
Any
might be a
other
question.
questions?
That might be a question for the neighbor, whether that would be preferable to him. It'd be nice if they could work something out here.
It's, well, if we want to engage the neighbor, we can, but generally that's not practiced. Is that the committee's wishes that we
I
ask a
just was
question?
curious as to whether that would address his concern. He's asked, like, he's been very specific that he's not against the garage, but 2 more feet would make a difference to his mind for the drainage, and I can understand his concern.
I still have another 4 feet between the building and the property line that I was going to be putting a ditch in, a French ditch with rocks and O-pipe and so on to make sure things drained away. As I say, I want to be concerned about my property too. I need that drainage too.
Okay, and
I'm not trying to mess up anything for anybody.
Well, hopefully there's a solution here. Would you like me to entertain the adjoining property owner?
Can we make the drainage part of the variance? No, we can't? Okay.
Sir, would you provide an additional comment? Be specific in your response, if you would.
Okay, what did you want me to respond to specifically?
There's a suggestion, question from Committee Member McCourt about the garage going deeper into the rear of the property.
I have no concerns with that.
Thank you.
My concern is side yard setback, because if you came to the property, I know what she's saying, that we do, between us, we do have a natural swale between the two properties.
Actually, the swale's on my property.
So even more of an impact if she changes it, right?
Well, the swale should be down the center line of the two properties. You possibly need to do some swale work on your property to protect your property as well.
Yeah, so my concern is, because I work in construction, so I know what this does, right? As soon as they start backfilling into the foundation to allow the drainage over, she's now diverted 24 feet to 25 feet of depth of water. It's now not going straight, it's gonna hit that garage and that swale that they built, and it's gonna diverge, right? There's only so much control. If it's gonna go that way, then I would ask that we put that the drainage gets included into the application.
Could we ask the committee members to consider a motion here with an understanding, with a condition that the drainage concerns be addressed with our township staff to our site plan control level of service?
Would that not already happen when it goes to building?
Not necessarily, because they're not going to be able to have an opportunity to have input on 3 Ford Street. And it would seem as though we do need to tidy this swale up back closer to center line. Sandra, please.
I think just for a little bit of clarity, the site plan review committee reviews single detached dwellings and non-residential residential buildings, commercial buildings, industrial buildings. We do not look at attached garages, detached garages. That is handled solely by the building department. However, this one can come forward to committee should this committee so desire. To speak for the chief building official, if I may, when something comes forward, it is his responsibility to ensure that whatever is built new does not negatively impact the neighboring properties. So something would have to be verified at time of building permit, but I'm now beyond my realm, so I want to stop at that point. Tim would be looking at this.
Thank you. Tim is here with us if we wanted to engage. Tim, would you like to provide a comment?
Sure. I can concur with Sandra's statement. It is reviewed at the building permit process. So during the building permit process, I would be identifying on the plan that it does conform for drainage control measures. That wouldn't take into account the neighboring property owner's swale, though. It would only be the developed property that would be reviewed for conformity. So as far as this swale not being a shared swale, that would not be reviewed in my permit application review process or inspection process.
We can't make a condition of a minor variance on one property affect another property. Thank you, Tim. Any other questions of Tim? Any further questions from the committee? I'd ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the application.
Seconder? Thank you, Larry. Any other discussion? Call for the vote. Those in favor? Thank you. That was the end of our minor variances. It's a 401. There's been a lot of different people in meetings from well before 1 o'clock. In fact, some at 11 o'clock. I think we should recess here. Unfortunately for our audience, we should recess until 4:05. Please. Our audience may need a bit of a recess too.
I just want to understand what happened.
You got what you wanted?
Holy jeez.
I'm just shaking. I can't handle public speaking. Thank you.
How you doing, sir?
Not bad, how are you?
Not too bad.
Good, good.
Surviving the winter.
Well, that first item you've dealt with, there's no better spring to figure out water flow than this one.
You're just missing Pat. Just Pat. She's not part of the committee. Are you sure?
You were driving her nuts, were you? I bring it to council. I say that the council release, so I can't drive our clerk crazy. Inside now, are you? I guess, yeah, I just thought they were together.
Sure.
You ready? Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. We have now progressed to severance consent applications. Our first application is B04-19 Bailey. Sandra, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bruce Bailey at 7296 Dale Road. The notice was sent out to the public on or before April 29, and the signs were posted on the property on May 1, 2019, in accordance with the Planning Act. This application is seeking to sever 1.45 acres with 240 feet of road frontage on Dale Road with house and outbuildings as being surplus to the needs of consolidated farm operation. The retained property will enjoy 166 acres and over 1,000 feet of broken road frontage on County Road 74, which of course is Dale Road. The parent properties are within the agricultural designation of the official plan and the permanent agricultural zone of the zoning bylaw. The applicant also owns farmlands at 3304, 3306 McClellan Road. The proposal is in keeping with the provincial policy statement in that Section 2341C permits the creation of a residential lot in prime agricultural areas for a residence being surplus to a farming operation, provided that the new lot will be limited in size. It's only 1.45 acres, and the planning authority ensures that new residential dwellings are prohibited on the remnant parcel, which will be addressed as part of the conditions of consent. The proposed retained lot currently has, where did I go? Sorry. There's a small frame shed and barn on the retained lot, and they are slated to be demolished. The proponent has advised he's put that out for tender. The severed residential land is intended to be sold as being surplus to the farm operation. So the proposal appears to be in keeping with the provincial policy statement. With respect to the official plan, there are some aggregates identified on the northern portion of the property, well over 1,200 meters away from the proposed residential lot. So the setbacks for pits and quarries and that's the word I want, protected areas is more than well met. With respect to section 11.4 of the official plan, general development provisions, the proposal is in keeping with size and shape of the zoning bylaw. We will have to rezone the severed land. It is not strip development. Minimum distance separation calculations. Because the house is already there, minimum distance separation calculations from neighboring farming operations was not required because there's not going to be any greater impact on the house or on neighboring farming operations. However, the barn on the retained parcel was at one point used for animals, and although it hasn't been for a number of years, probably could be with 2 or 3 days of work. If that barn does not come down prior to the zoning bylaw coming forward, which will be a condition of consent, then the zoning bylaw will address that barn and sterilize it from animal use. If the barn is down when the zoning bylaw comes forward, then it's no longer a problem. The farmland is not being sterilized from animal use. There will be the potential there in the future, subject to MDS at the day. But it's this particular barn that is of concern, but it is slated for demolition. No new developable lands are being created, so cash in lieu of parkland is not an issue. And again, this is surplus to the farming operation. The lands are currently zoned permanent agricultural, which requires 45 acres of area and 320 feet of road frontage. The retained property needs to be rezoned to rural residential. Surveyor's real property report will be required to identify the setbacks of the existing buildings so that any special zone provisions can be written into the zoning bylaw. Again, I spoke to the existence of the barn. If it's not demolished by the time the zoning bylaw comes forward, then I will have to recognize it and sterilize the barn. Spoke to development charges, which will not be necessary. Agency comments, Public Works have no objection. County of Northumberland, they had no objection, provided MDS are addressed, and I have addressed those. Conservation Authority had no objection. Building Department, no objection. And Hydro One had no objection or comments. Should the committee grant the application, it's recommended the following conditions be imposed: submission of a reference plan, submission of a surveyor's real property report identifying the location of all buildings, successful completion of a zoning amendment to rezone the severed parcel to rural residential with any special provisions as necessary, and the remnant parcel to special permanent agricultural, prohibiting the development of future residential uses, that is required by the provincial policy statement, and if necessary, prohibiting the use of the farm building for animal housing. Receipt of an affidavit from a solicitor in good standing that the remnant lands have been conveyed to a bona fide existing farming operation, including the OFA number or equivalent, and description of other farmlands within the consolidated ownership, payment in full of all current and outstanding taxes, and stamping of the deed within 1 year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is our applicant with us today?
Bruce Bailey,
And your address, sir?
3606 McFarland Road.
Thank you. We'll call on you in a minute. Is there anyone else in the audience in support of the application? Anyone in the audience in opposition to the application? If you would please rise, come forward, state your name, address, and your presentation, please.
My name is Al O'Donnell. I live with my wife at 7372 Dale Road.
Thank you. If you would take the mic, we could...
You need the mic? Nobody hear me?
We would prefer for the audience, yes.
All right. Okay, but mainly I'm talking about getting clarification here. I heard quite a bit right here. It's not going to be anything other than agriculture. Does that mean the house comes down, or what's happened? What does Mr. Bailey intend to do with the house? I've heard about the barn's going to be taken down, but...
The application is to sever the house from the farm property. There's no consideration to have the house demolished. There is consideration to have the barn demolished.
Well, if the property is surplus to the needs of a consolidated farm, isn't the house in the way? Or I guess I don't understand what Mr. Bailey's doing.
That would be up to the applicant, but it would be a potential thought that the applicant may very well wish to sell the house after it's severed from the property and retain the property for ownership.
Yep. Okay, I guess that's pretty well all I want to know right now, but I'd just like to ask a question. I have we have some complaints with how Mr. Bailey's property is affecting our house, 7372 Dale Road. Now, I'd like to appear before the council. What's the proper procedure?
Come to our counter or contact our staff and make arrangements to come to a committee meeting.
Okay, what's the date of that?
And that would be up to staff. It would be a Tuesday, and it'll be in the future, probably the month of June or after.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience in opposition that would make the presentation? Please come forward.
Well, my concern primarily is Jane O'Donnell, I'm sorry, 7372 Dale Road. My concern is if he's going to sell the house, does he have to declare the property runoff? That's our concern, which is our next door neighbor's concern, which is our one on the other side. The runoff from that property has wrecked our properties, and Mr. Bailey doesn't want to do anything about that. So if he sells it to somebody else, does he have to declare that? For health reasons too, about them spraying with Roundup, and it runs into our wells?
I ask a question before we attempt to answer yours? Whereabouts is your property in relationship to?
We're east of it. There's one house between me and Mr. Bailey's property. Yeah.
Okay.
Right beside the old schoolhouse.
Okay,
yes.
so it's the retained portion of land that is affecting yours then. It's the farmland rather than the creation of the lot, is that correct?
Primarily, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's actually nothing that this committee can do in relationship to that, because that vacant farmland is not part of the application. It's the residual of what's left over. Now, water runoff is very much different than contamination of a well.
Right.
There would be different directions that our staff would send you in relationship to those issues.
Okay.
It's actually something that I might suggest, like I did, I believe, your husband.
Okay.
Come to our office, make arrangements, speak to our staff, and they will walk you through a process.
Okay.
I don't know, I turn to staff. Is there any other suggestion that we might have to help these applicants at this point in time? Or these participants at this point in time? Sandra, Arthur, any suggestions?
Just to echo your comment, Mr. Chairman, is for them to come and talk to us, to explain what the issues are. I believe I've heard some of the concerns about this before, and about drainage on those properties from the very rear. And I think the discussion at the time, this is probably about a year and a half ago, was to see if there was any kind of diversion of water could occur at the rear of your properties. But if you submit something to us or come and see us, we can look into that further, see if there's any other suggestions we could make.
We also have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Bailey here in a moment or two. Maybe that will, maybe that'll be something he'll be able to address for us.
Okay, we've had contacted him before, but to no avail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience in opposition? Is there anyone in the audience just seeking clarification?
Yep, Brian Bickle, 3054 McClellan Road. I understand that the variance will be granted subject to demolition of the barn. That bank barn is quite close to the house, and I'm just concerned that
That is one of the options at this point in time. Staff has suggested that one of the other options is through the zoning bylaw process, which will be a condition of the severance, that the barn be sterilized and that no livestock be permitted into the barn.
Okay.
So therefore, it just becomes a storage building.
Fair enough.
Any other questions then? Anyone else wishing clarification? Mr. Bailey, if you would come forward, I would suspect that our committee may very well have questions.
We have some pictures of the interior of the structure that's coming down, but it's not for animals. It just says 3 boats there, and we were allowing the township to store one of their snowplows there during the summer months. The people who live down the road quite a long way from my house, I think it's over 1,000 feet, behind the house on the northern side of the property, there is a drumlin back on the land that's been planted with chestnut trees by the prior owner, Mr. Bondi. So, of course, in a rainstorm, water would come down off that hill, including into my house. These people had contacted me. I was very polite and kind. I hired a lawyer. I spoke with Mr. Bondi, who said they'd been trying to get him since the 1970s to build a swale at his expense around their own property. And so I went to legal counsel, and what I've had to do with my own house, you have to put what's called an O, a drainage O, all those houses at your own expense, because they built on a slope. So we're all responsible.
Mr. Bailey, in essence of time, maybe we'll see if any of our committee members have specific questions.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any committee member questions? Any comments? I would ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the application.
Seconder, Pat. Moved by Mark, second by Pat. Any further discussion? I assume it's with the condition that the barn be demolished?
When it comes back, it'll come back to...
It has to be because it's falling down, and it's a liability. I'm worried about someone getting hurt, so I'm moving all the boats out this summer. I've told Cam Davidson and the township that I don't think it's safe anymore.
Okay, so it's the understanding it'll be demolished. All those in favor of the motion? Approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Reasons, Mark, Pat?
Keeping with the, keeping with the provincial policy statement. Okay.
You okay, Sandra?
So, if I can restate the impacts, what the neighbors had said is not germane to the actual consent process.
No, it's nothing to do with it.
It's on the retained, or adjacent to the retained. Okay, moving on, application B0519 Eagleson.
Yes, Bryce and Susan Eagleson at 4118 Eagleson Road. The application was circulated on April 29, and signs were posted on the property on April 25 in accordance with the Planning Act. This application is seeking to sever 19 acres plus or minus with approximately 800 feet of road frontage on Menifee Road as a lot addition to the abutting farm to the west as part of a consolidated farm operation. The retained property with house will enjoy about 9.5 acres of tree lands with 1,200 feet of road frontage on Eagleson Road. The property is within the Oak Ridges Moraine in the countryside and linkage areas and in the official plan, and it is designated Oak Ridge Moraine environmental and countryside with underlying permanent agricultural provisions. Again, this is a surplus house to farm consolidation. In this case, we're severing off the farmland as a lot addition to a budding property rather than severing off the house and just consolidating two farms that are hither and yon. It's the same thing, just a wee bit different. It is in keeping with the provincial policy statement and the township official plan. The proposed lot will exceed the minimum requirements as found in the rural residential zone, but a zoning amendment will be required. It's not strip development, and again, no greater impacts will be realized with respect to minimum distance separation calculations. No new developable lots are being created, so cash in lieu of parkland is not required. And the proposal is for a lot addition to an abutting farm, retaining the house and wooded area. With respect to the zoning bylaw, again, the lands are zoned Oak Ridge Marine Countryside and Oak Ridge Marine Environmental. The underlying zone provisions are permanent agricultural, which require 45 acres of land and 328 feet of road frontage. There is an environmentally sensitive area identified around the watercourse. The zoning bylaw amendment will be required to recognize the reduced lot area and possibly setbacks of the existing structures on the residential lot, as any non-complying status is lost with the consent. In addition, the severed lands will need to be rezoned to be in keeping with the benefiting lands to the west, which were previously zoned PA 21 ORM that prohibited residential development thereon, as they were, again, created with respect to a surplus house situation. Development charges are not imposed because this is not a capital gains. Conservation Authority, their comments, subject property is partially located within their jurisdiction and permits are required. The subject property is traversed by an identified watercourse. Permit is required for alteration or interference with the watercourse. And the property is within the moraine, and the Oak Ridge Marine Conservation Plan needs to be respected, but they have no objection to the approval. The County of Northumberland, county provincial policies allow for lot addition in rural areas that are appropriately sized, and the proposal would allow existing agricultural uses and rural residential uses to continue, and they have no objection. Should the committee grant this consent, it's recommended the following conditions be imposed. Submission of the reference plan, submission of a surveyor's real property report locating all the buildings and structures, successful completion of a zoning amendment with respect to the severed lands. Severed lands would be rezoned to special permanent agricultural 21 Oak Ridges Moraine, prohibiting residential development, and the retained lands would be rezoned to rural residential, recognizing any deficiencies as required. We would need a letter or an affidavit, a letter of undertaking or an affidavit from a solicitor in good standing that the lands being severed will be conveyed to a bona fide existing farmer. Letter of undertaking or an affidavit from a solicitor that the lands will be merged and titled with the abutting property, which is identified. Consolidation of PIN numbers, subject to severance agreement, and the agreement being registered on title. Payment in full of all current and outstanding taxes, and stamping of the deed within 1 year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe our applicants are here. Would you please come forward, state your name and address?
Bryce Eagleson, 4118 Eagleson Road.
Thank you. Anyone else in support of the application? Anyone present in opposition to the Oh, sorry. Please. Supporting. Name and address.
Tricia McDonald, 230 Centerton Road, currently.
Anyone in opposition?
M-A-C.
Pardon me?
How do you spell McDonald, please? M-C. Thank you.
Anyone in opposition to the application? Anyone seeking clarification? Committee members, pardon me? Any questions? Ask for the motion.
I'll move the application.
Seconder? Larry? All those in favor? Thank you. You want the conditions, Sandra?
Reasons and... Okay. Okay, yes, I can work with that, thank you.
When you're ready, our next application is B 0619 McLeod and Rose as agents.
Yes.
Sandra?
The property is owned by Colin and Gail Eisen, and Angela Rose and Joseph McLeod are the agents. The property is vacant land on Bethel Grove Road. The circulation was completed on or before April 29, 2019, and the signs were posted on the property on April 25, 2019, in accordance with the Planning Act. The application is seeking to sever 1.87 acres, approximately, with about 295 feet of road frontage on Bethel Grove Road as a new residential lot. The retained property will enjoy over 140 acres of land and 448 feet of frontage on Bethel Grove Road. It is designated rural in the Township Official Plan, and it's zoned marginal agricultural. I beg your pardon, I have a typo there. The provincial policy statement and the Township Official Plan, the provincial policy statement does allow for new development in rural areas. So this is in keeping with the regulations therein. The proposed lot will exceed the minimum requirements as found in the rural residential zone, so a zoning amendment will be required. This is not strip development. I did minimum distance separation calculations within the area, and the proposal is well beyond the minimum requirements of the three animal operations in the area. Cash in lieu of parkland will be required, as this is a new lot. And this is the first consent to create a new lot since the benchmark date of 2003, and the proposed lot is of appropriate size. These statements are with respect to the general provisions, general development policies of the official plan. With respect to the zoning bylaw, the parent lands are zoned marginal agricultural, which require a minimum of 5 acres and almost 200 feet of road frontage. And there's an environmentally sensitive area overlaying the water course that runs through the lands north of the proposed lot. The zoning bylaw is required because the new property will not meet the 5-acre, 200-foot requirement. But a zoning amendment is easily sought. Development charges are being sought. With respect to comments from the outside agencies in Northumberland County, they had no objection to the proposal. Conservation Authority, they had no objection to the proposal, but permits are required if any work is done near the water course. Public Works does not does not have any comments to make. Township Building has no objection, and Hydro One had no objection. Should the committee grant this consent, it's recommended the following conditions be imposed: the submission of the required reference plan identifying the property, successful completion of the zoning amendment to rural residential, payment of park levy of $1,500, payment of development charges of $6,101, payment in full of all current and outstanding taxes on the subject property, and stamping of the deed within 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. I believe our agents are here. If you would stand and please identify yourselves.
Joe McLeod, 7734 Bethel Road.
Angela Rose, same address, 7734 Bethel Road.
Thank you. We'll move on. Is there anyone in the audience in support of the application above and beyond the applicants? Anyone in opposition to the application? Anyone present seeking clarification to the application? There being none, I will move to the committee. They may have questions for you as the agents. Committee members? No questions? Entertain a motion?
I'll move to accept.
Seconded, moved by Bill, seconded by Mark to approve
Sorry.
with the conditions identified. All those in favor? Thank you. Do you want reasons, Sandra?
Agreement from all the consenting agencies.
I think I'm sorry?
Agreement from all the consenting agencies.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good one. No neighbor
Keeping with the
complaints.
official plan.
Yep.
No objectors.
Keep it rolling, keep it rolling.
Okay, thank you.
When you're ready, please move on. Our next application is B0719, Tom Clark.
Yes. Mr. Clark has vacant land on Harwood Road. The application was circulated on or before April 29, and the signs were posted on the property on April 17 in accordance with the Planning Act. This application is seeking to sever just over 3 acres and in a regular shape with 66 feet of frontage on Harwood Road as a new lot creation. The retained property will enjoy about 27 acres of land and 276 feet of frontage on Harwood Road. It is within the rural designation of the official plan and the marginal agricultural zone of the zoning bylaw. Just to bring back to your memories, Mr. Clark was before the committee earlier this year with applications 1, 2, and 3, 19, adjusting the lot lines at the southwest portion of his property, and ultimately with the intent to have 2 lots at that point versus 1 lot. So that's 2 of the 3 that he is permitted to request, and this is now the 3rd lot he is permitted to request under the official plan. Again, the provincial policy statement does permit residential development in rural areas, as does our official plan. The application will require zoning amendment because the property will not meet the zoning requirements. This would be considered an infill lot. There are a number of lots on the south side of Harwood Road at this location, but this would be considered infill, so strict development policies will not be offended. I did minimum distance separation calculations with respect to, again, 3 properties in the area, and the proposed building envelope will be far outside any of the minimum required setbacks from existing farm operations. Cash in lieu of parkland will be required. Again, this is the 3rd lot being requested from the property since the benchmark date of 2003. The lands are zoned marginal agricultural, which require, again, 5 acres and just under 200 feet of frontage. The severed parcel is proposed to be just over 3 acres and 66 feet of frontage, which is an odd shape and a very small frontage. The retained parcel will enjoy over 27 acres and 276 feet of frontage. The zoning bylaw amendment will be required to rezone the lands to rural residential and will at that point identify the special provision of the smaller road frontage being only 66 feet. that's not going to be a problem, because by the time side setbacks are respected for a building envelope, he won't be building within that small access strip. He will be building behind the existing houses. So, in keeping, I believe that this proposal is in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw amendment will address any necessary issues. Development charges will be imposed. Agency comments, Public Works had no objection, Building Department had no objection, Hydro One had no objection. County, they spoke to sewage inspections. They visited the site and indicate no concern, but note with the new lot, but note that it's unclear where the septic systems are located for the adjacent properties, being 3089 and 3093 Harwood Road, with which the new lot will share a driveway. It's advised that the owner determine the location of the existing sewage systems in the area when siting the house, well and septic on the new lot. If a sewage system is located on or encroaches on the shared driveway, a new system will have to be located on the lot it will serve. A detailed review of the sewage system and permit will be required from the county, which is a standard practice. With respect to the county roads, the property is adjacent to and accessed by a shared driveway. County Services has reviewed the application and indicates no concern, provided the existing shared access with 3089 and 3093 is maintained and also serves the newly created lot. So no new driveways will be permitted. They haven't been considered by the county. And they are advising that consent to establish easement or right-of-way for these neighboring properties be sought. The county had otherwise no objection to the proposal as put forward. Conservation Authority, they note that the property is partially located within its regulatory jurisdiction. Permits are required prior to any development within the regulated areas. It is located within 120 meters excuse me, of a provincially significant Baltimore Creek swamp wetland. Development is prohibited within the wetland and only permitted on adjacent lands if it has been demonstrated no negative impacts will result. And the subject lands are in close proximity to the Baltimore Creek, and no development within the floodplain. They offer no objection, and the proposed severed lot is not subject to a permit. Should the committee grant the application, it's recommended the following conditions be imposed: submission of the reference plan identifying the property, submission of registered documents regarding the establishment of easements of rights-of-way over the subject lands benefiting the abutting properties, successful completion of a zoning amendment, payment of $1,500 park levy, payment of development fees of $6,101, payment of all current and outstanding taxes, and stamping of the deed within 1 year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I believe our applicant's here. Mr. Clark, for the record, would you state your name and address?
Tom Clark, 2727 Division Street North, Hamilton Township.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the application? Is there anyone in the audience in opposition to the application? Please, come forward, state your name and address.
Frank Ambrosi, 3093 Harwood Road. In regards to this 66-foot driveway, and in Mr. Clark's previous severances, I've never contested any of them. I've had no issues at all because they all had their own road allowances. On the west side of Harwood Road, they've had access to the road, proper road frontage. And I believe that Mr. Clark is entitled to make money and recoup off of his property. I have no issues with that at all. But this 66-foot driveway between myself and Mr. Linton, which is my adjoining neighbor, have enjoyed this use of this for over 45 years. Maintained it, and still maintain it to this day. And if it was to be sold to some potential buyer, what's to say that all of a sudden this new buyer could simply say, I don't want these people using that laneway. What are Mr. Linton and myself to do for a driveway? That's just one issue. The issue directly behind my house, which is 3093, is marsh, including bulrushes, including nesting mallard ducks. It's wetland. I'm sure that Mr. Jibb knows that it is wet back in there. And there is ducks coming right up onto the lawn where they're walking surrounding the area. And like I say, there was a verbal, which means nothing now, back in the day that Mr. Linton knew about Mr. Coe that owned my property and the previous owner of the field. There was a verbal agreement on this use of this driveway. Now, of course, we don't have this in writing at all, so there's basically moot. There's nothing we can do about that at all. There is access to this lot that Mr. Clark wants to sever if he was to go south of 3059. He could get road access from the west side of Harwood Road and not endanger our 66-foot driveway that myself and Mr. Linton use. You know, that's just a suggestion. Plus, I did get a letter from Mr. Clark's lawyer. It's kind of a funny letter. Basically, what it says is Mr. Clark has offered to sell us 25 feet to the south of our properties, all the way down there, because we have been using it, cutting it, maintaining it, so on and so forth, in back of Don Linton's house, and back of my house, and back of John DeRoche's house, and back of Wayne Kelly's house, all on that road. Mr. Clark has offered to sell us 40 feet, of that for $25,000. And it said here in this letter from his lawyer, if both you and your neighbor are interested in purchasing extra property at the rear as discussed, Mr. Clark is agreeable to establishing a formal right-of-way on title, providing legal access to your property via the driveway. Now, since we didn't purchase that property, does that basically mean now that Mr. Clark is not going to let us use this any longer? This is almost like a threat or a blackmail to an extent. My problem is this laneway. There is other ways to sever this lot and get access to it other than having some potential buyer come in and refuse us use. Pretty well.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you. We'll ask if there's anyone else in the audience in opposition of the application. Yes? Frank, we'd ask you to step back if you would, please.
It wasn't initially, but now I got things to say.
For the record, state your name again, please.
Tricia McDonald. 3059. Well, two addresses, I guess. 3059 Harwood Road. So we're building that. Sorry, can you hear me? We're building that new house, and Mr. Clark had offered us a strip of land, to even it up between 3089 straight down to the edge of our property. But for financial reasons, I don't know if anybody's driven by my house, but I don't have any money. So, and I see where Frank's coming from, for sure, but I don't want anybody sharing my driveway either. which I already paid for and use. So there's that. And then my other question is, what exactly, where is the building envelope in this?
The building envelope would be a minimum of 3 meters from the south, the east, the west, and what I would call the north lot line, save and except the driveway access. A minimum of 3 meters from each of those lot line, perhaps a bit more.
So 3 meters from this?
Yes, a minimum. Beg your pardon?
So is this table 3 meters? A little longer than this table?
10 feet, say. 10 feet.
I'm just going to double check what the bylaw says. Rural residential. So the side setback is 3 meters, the rear setback would be 20 meters. So it would be 20 meters from the south, which is 66 feet, and it would be 3 meters, 10 feet from all other lot lines,
10 feet.
minimum.
Okay, well, back to what Frank said there, it is quite marshy. Didn't know we had ducks. That's nice. A lot of cattails and stuff like that. So I guess the question is, sure, I guess you could bring in fill, right? Fill it up. Well, what does that do to the? I mean, it's quite wet. I would say that half an acre of it is really, really wet. Right in the center of it. So I'm just wondering, like, if you're gonna bring in fill to fill that, like to get rid of the marsh area, put your house smack dab on that, or we go this way or that way. It's just, these are some concerns I have. I don't know how the fill affects the wetland, don't know anything about that.
If I could just interrupt you for a second, my apologies. If I could just interrupt you for a second, my apologies. Member Larry has to attend another meeting and
Larry.
is excusing himself at 4:51.
Thank you.
Okay.
My apologies, please continue.
No, I had the question. My question was, well, I don't know what Phil would do to that particular area, and if that is at all an issue or whatever. It's not my issue, because it's not my land, so I just, but I'm not sharing my driveway, just FYI.
Within the report, the Ganarask has made comment on that, so it's been covered through their comments and
Okay,
and how it would be
it's all
handled.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, yeah, that's,
Okay, thank you.
oh, but you could put an outbuilding right along the property line?
Subject to setbacks.
Again, 10 feet.
10 feet.
Yes. And permits.
Right, right. Unless it's a 10 by 7 got it.
Okay, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to provide comment? Anyone just wishing to seek clarification? Committee members, and Mr. Clark, you may wish to come forward. There may very well be questions. I don't know at this point in time. Mr. Lupton.
I have to ask about the driveway portion, or that 66 square foot. Can you just clarify that again, Sandra? What, the A, B, C, and D that you have there, what's all that mean?
The neighbors at 3098 and 3089 and 3093 enjoy apparently a gentleman's agreement access over Mr. Clark's property to their properties. And as Mr. Ambrosi said, that's verbal, there's nothing in writing. In discussions with Mr. Clark over a number of months, one of his ideas was to establish legal right-of-way, registered on title, so that in the future, these property owners could maintain enjoyment. So one property would have enjoyment over parts A, B, and C, and one property would have enjoyment over A, C, and D. That is not this application before the committee at the moment. One of the conditions that I am recommending is that these rights-of-way easement applications come forward and get finalized prior to this new lot being finalized, should it be approved. So that in the future, when somebody else owns the property besides Mr. Clark, there will be no question that the two abutting property owners can continue to enjoy proper access. It is something that the county has suggested, strongly suggested happen as well. It's not a new idea to Mr. Clark. He's brought that forward to me a number of times, but it's not the application before the committee at the moment. It is a proposed condition from my part. Does that answer the question you had?
No.
No, I'm sorry?
It doesn't. You said you've added it as a condition.
Yes.
So by adding it as a condition, is there a cost to these two neighbors to purchase this property, or is that, is it a right-of-way for those neighbors?
The easement right-of-way will come back through the consent process. I don't care who pays for it. I just want the money for the applications. It would be between the current property owner and the benefiting property owners as to who's going to pay for what. There will be surveys involved, and things will be registered on title. I can't say who's going to pay for what.
And if they're not agreeing to do this, then what happens to the consent?
I'm sorry, what was that again, please?
If they're not in agreeance to go along with this proposal that you're suggesting or that's been outlined here, what happens to Mr. Clark's consent, since it's a part of the consent
If committee
conditions?
If committee imposes that condition, then it will have to be fulfilled before I stamp the deed for the new lot, or else I do not stamp the deed for the new lot and it gets lost.
So in other words, the two neighbors then would have probably more rights to having Mr. Clark say, yeah, here, you can have this property and enjoy it as you have in the past, because there's no incentive for them to pay for it, because they have nothing to lose, and Mr. Clark is to gain on the consent, right? Right in this.
With or without the consent for new lot creation, they have nothing to lose until somebody new comes along or Mr. Clark changes his mind and says, I don't want you using my property anymore.
I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, this is Mr. Clark's property.
Yes, it is.
All of this.
Yes, it is.
So you're suggesting that we put on his property, that we suggest that as a condition, the two neighbors will have
Legal right of way, yes,
So you're suggesting that?
yes,
As is the county, Sandra.
correct.
The county do not want any more entrances from 3089 or 3093 coming to the north to Harwood Road.
Correct.
Okay.
So the county's dictating. Mr. Clark is in theory accepting.
In theory.
In
I've heard from him.
theory, accepting. But Mr. Clark has at risk is if the owners of 89 or 93 say, that's great, but we're not willing to sign the documents, he hasn't met the condition time frame, his severance goes null and void.
Correct. However,
What's at risk for 89 and 93 is they don't know what Mr. Clark is going to do in the future, when in fact they may very well have a chance to protect their own interest into the future.
Yes.
It legalizes their access. in
It
other
does.
words. It legalizes, protects those two property owners on the other side, legalizes that access
In
for
perpetuity.
them in perpetuity.
Correct.
I guess, Scott, what I was getting at is, at this point, is Mr. Clark willing to give them that access without cost? Because I think that's going to be a concern. I mean, we can go through and pass this. I mean, we can pass all we wish, but if Frank back there says, hey, I don't want to pay my $40,000, your consent goes kablooey.
If you wish to answer that, then that is
Yeah.
an opportunity for you, Mr. Clark.
Well, there's several things that I'd like to say
Yeah,
in no specific order.
I wish you would.
First of all, this year's been very wet and there's ducks in a lot of places. The shared access, and I've got a Google map that simply shows driveway going into, I assume everybody's visited it
Yeah.
and knows it or has seen it. Two neighbors, Frank is one, Don Linton is the other. I've known Don for a long time, I've had several meaningful discussions with him. He asked me if I wanted him to come to this meeting today. I said it wasn't necessary. I did ask him if he'd call Sandra. He said he would. Whether he has or not, I don't know. He has more than volunteered to pay for the legal, pay for whatever continuing maintenance, his share of survey costs, the whole works. Both Frank and Don have been, and families have been enjoying this for years. And yes, it was a gentleman's agreement when I bought the property that I wasn't going to disrupt it, and I haven't. At this point, as you said, Mark, it still is my property, and I don't have a problem with establishing legal rights of way. I'm quite willing to do that. Frank's neighbor Don has said, he came forward and said, I'm more than willing to pay my share, no questions asked. If Frank is willing, then it shouldn't be an issue. And if Frank wants to know anything, all he's got to do is ask me. I have tried to talk with him several times. Most of those conversations haven't been positive. I'm not quite flattered to read it, but I will. In regards to the letter, I told that ignorant POS, that's what he thinks of me, and that's about the length of
But what I'm trying to get at is, if you're not going to be in agreement to have this done, your consent's going to go out the window. We could pass it here all we wish, but I mean, if they're not going to sign on, or Frank doesn't sign on.
I'm in agreement to do it if they're willing to pay for it.
But you have to realize if they don't pay for it, your consent disappears.
Legally, I've been told that it's my property and they don't have legal access, that all I need to do is bring in a backhoe and dig a ditch and prevent the access. If that is correct, then there possibly is some incentive for them to be amicable in making this happen. I guess and I think you alluded earlier to, do they have more rights than I have? I would have a hard time. The county's report, they suggested it, and then they sort of made it a condition, which means they strongly suggest it, but I'm not sure if either the county or the township have the legal right to tell me that I have to give them everything at my cost. And I think that's probably not the case, but I could be wrong. I'm not a politician nor lawyer.
Just if I may.
Please, Mark.
Just for clarification, I wasn't suggesting that, what I was worried about is if we put this condition on, this severance, then it may never go through, because if Frank says, no, I don't wish this, or no, I don't wish to pay for it, I mean, you two may want to do some negotiation very quickly, because, I mean, we could pass this tomorrow, but if he doesn't sign that, your consent goes nowhere. Especially if we leave the condition the way it is.
Personally, I don't think the township or the county have the legal right to impose it on me as a condition. I think they very definitely have the right to suggest it, and I have stated that I'm willing with it, but I think it should be passed without the condition, and if they wish to legalize it, then that's fine, and if they don't, the county has said that they haven't considered any driveways at this point, but if Frank, I don't think Don Linton is going to choose to want to put in a new driveway, but if Frank should want to, then maybe the township would, or the county would consider it. At the same time, I've said that provided he's willing to pay, and my lawyer has told me that liability-wise, they shouldn't be using it, because liability-wise, it's a big issue. Okay, but if they want to use it, this isn't their backyard, it's their side yard, and not in my backyard. That died a long time ago. I think it would apply equally to not in my side yard. They don't want me to use my property, which is their side yard. I think that's ridiculous.
Pat?
Okay, I'm struggling with something here that nobody's really talking about. What is our frontage supposed to be for a severed lot?
150 feet.
So this is less than half, which to me is not minor, separate from, I mean, my only reason to even consider approving this, for me personally, was if it legalized what you're talking about right now, but as a lot, it doesn't meet what we said our lots are. And then you throw in, I guess I understand that Ganaraska has said that it's not in their actual zone, but they also make the comment that the adjacent lots, if it could have a negative impact, and we're hearing conversations about ducks and things like that. I don't know if it's a negative impact or not, but my bottom line is he's not meeting what we've said our dimensions are, and 66 feet is a heck of a lot less than 150. So I can't approve this separate from the whole driveway issue. Like if both those lots had driveways, I still would have a problem with this.
We have an opportunity here to step out of practice and invite Mr. Frambosi back to comment. He is wanting to do that. Would the committee entertain that or not?
I would, as long as there's no battle amongst neighbors here. I mean, I don't, that's not the intent of this. I mean, if you're willing to come forward and have good conversation in dealing with this, then I'm fine with it.
Conversation is with council.
Okay, fair enough.
Basically, I don't know, I'm old school sort of thing, I guess. What's this 45 years at least that we have been using this access? And if this property, and again, this 66-foot road frontage, if this property is sold to somebody who knows from the city, comes and says, okay, you can't use that driveway.
Well,
You're kind of screwed then.
I believe there's two issues there. One's a legal issue that this group here is not going to be able to provide comment on, and that is whether the 45 years of usage is a legal right into the future or not. We are not lawyers. We cannot provide comment on that, Frank. In respect to the property being sold, there is an opportunity here with a right-of-way if the committee goes forward and Mr. Clark goes forward and you and Mr. Linton go forward. There is an opportunity to maintain that right-of-way and your usage of it, no matter who owns it in the future. You would always be privileged to use that. But at present, that agreement and that right-of-way is not there. Mark?
Frank, your interests also have to be protected here, because, I mean, end result is, if you were to try to sell your house tomorrow, that entranceway isn't yours. You couldn't sell, I mean, you have nothing, you can't go back and say, well, it's my neighbor's and you can use it. You can't do that. So that could stop the sale of your...
That's the way these houses were built and positioned.
I don't doubt any of that, but I'm just trying to say that...
This is not something new that just happened.
But if if you try to sell your house with that entranceway, it's not your entranceway.
Unless it's a legal issue being there for 45 years.
Yeah, unless...
We used to refer to that as squatters' rights, which may or may not exist.
Adverse possession also.
So, Arthur, our CAO, wish to comment, please.
Sorry.
We thought you had another solution for us, Arthur.
You laid it out, trying to get right away. Laid everything out.
I think at this point in time, to be fair to all property owners, Mr. Clark has indicated, he's attempted to speak to Frank. That obviously has to take place. I believe Mr. Clark seems willing to do that again in the future. I think in light of many different things here, we should defer this to provide an opportunity for Frank to get a legal opinion on squatters' rights or whatever, and Mr. Clark to have a chance to speak with the property owners again. Bill?
The other advantage to a deferral, I know nobody likes that word, but if you had the rights of way in place and then came, you wouldn't be in danger of losing your consent. Once we give it to you, if you already have the rights of way in place, then you're no longer in danger. But the issue that Mark is making is if we pass this now and then one or the other or both of the neighbors decide, no, we're not going through this, we're not paying for this, and one of our conditions is that there has to be rights of way there, you're stuck. Your consent goes down the drain.
Well, I guess
No, I have not heard from Mr. Linton.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is we're trying to protect you as well.
Tom, could we strongly suggest to you to ask us for a deferral, please? Could we defer this for you, please?
Until next month?
Yeah.
Well, Frank is here, and all he has to do is say yes. The costs are pretty simple, surveying and legal.
You need to work that out with them outside of here. Bring it back next month and say, hey, you guys have worked it out.
Okay.
We can pass, if we pass it today,
Okay.
he turns it down, you're done. I mean, your consent goes out the window, it doesn't come back. And again, what about the 66-foot road, excuse me?
Well, it's another issue that needs to be. I'm going to entertain a motion here of deferral if we could. Moved, seconded.
I can.
Okay,
Mark,
we have a motion on the floor. Sandra, do you want to comment?
Please do not defer until next month because I'm sending out notices at the end of this week. There's no
Okay.
time to get all this done.
It's simply deferred.
Thank you.
It may take longer anyway.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? It's been moved and seconded for deferral to allow the applicant and adjoining property owners to come to a mutual agreement here. All those in favor? Thank you.
That was Mark and Bill?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Tom.
thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
You're being more than reasonable. I'm just trying to get here as well as others.
Let's move on here quickly. It's about as late as we want to be here already. Item under other business, B1418 being a Davy return. And I see there's a group of people at the back. I know the property owners here, Mrs. Davy, and are we agents on either side? Thank you. And Sandra, did you get that recorded by chance?
Yes, I have a letter from Mrs. Davy authorizing Timber to be her agent, and the principal of Timberline has then authorized Mr. Leggett on their behalf.
Okay.
So I have all that in writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, committee granted provisional consent to B1418 earlier this year. The application came forward with 12 acres plus minus as the severed and a little over 9 acres as the retained, being Mrs. Davies' retained parcel. The draft reference plan came forward with what I consider to be large differences in the areas. The application, the report, the decision all say approximately plus minus, and I do that on purpose because if somebody comes forward with an application for 152 feet of frontage and it turns out to be 153 feet of frontage, I don't care. I'm giving them that one. But in this particular case, when it came forward at 12 acres and now it's over 14, and it came forward at over 9 and it's 7.7, I am not comfortable saying that is within the approximate wiggle room, if you will. And I have suggested that they go back to the surveyor and move the line to be more in keeping with the numbers of the application and the decision. The applicant and affected parties are hoping that committee will view their draft reference plan to be in keeping with the decision that the committee made. So I need to know how to interpret the intent of the
I
committee's
probably
decision.
am the committee member that's most familiar with this property. I, for many different reasons, have traveled it. And I know that on paper, all land is flat. And I know that the topography of this land is such that it would be very easy to be out these differences in size. Matter of fact, if I had to measure it myself, I don't know whether I could do as well as the applicants have done in this case. I would take it to believe that the original application came in without the presence of an OLS
Correct.
and was hand-drawn by applicant and/or agents.
A little more than hand-drawn, but correct.
Okay. My comment would be that it is in keeping with the application. I will defer to my committee members and see if there's any conversation there.
I would tend to agree with you on this one. I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, under normal circumstances, I'd agree with you, Sandra, if it was flat lands and straight farmland or straight, you know, normal lands that you would deal with, but this one, as our chair has mentioned, the terrain is just very, very difficult, and unless you had that survey done at the time, it would almost be impossible, and I think the intent, as mentioned, isn't going to change, so I have no problem dealing or agreeing to what's there.
Bill?
Yeah, I'm assuming because we've already consented, we can't change the numbers now, instead of having, Sandra, it's impossible to change the numbers now that we've consented it?
The decision is written,
Yes.
so to change the actual decision without coming back and
Have to go over
making
again.
changes to conditions, et cetera, et
Right.
cetera.
Okay.
But what I believe I'm hearing is that Chairman Gibb and Member Lushan are saying that the numbers are within the intent of the decision, if not black and white.
Pat?
I completely agree with everything that's said. My only question is there is no actual definition of plus or minus? So like nobody could come back later and say, without those numbers, that it doesn't match. Like, this isn't going to cause us a legal problem later down the line if one
I'm
of
not
those properties
aware
is
of,
sold.
I'm not aware of any further opportunity. The decision is made, the appeal period has passed. At this point,
And then the
Well-
legal survey,
so this is a survey. If, when the zoning goes forward, one of the neighbors recognizes that the numbers are a bit different, then that would be a public opportunity to come forward.
so can we put an amending letter or something saying that we have agreed that this is within the intent?
Well, I would
Just to cover us legally.
I
I'm
would
not at
hope
all
for-
concerned.
The motion, the resolution of committee today.
We'll cover that, and I'm fine with it.
The configuration that we have today versus prior when the application was made is one and the same, is it not?
It appears to be.
Okay, so the intent from going from the old oak tree to the old cherry tree is exactly the way it was when it was intended and submitted. Arthur, I believe you had a comment.
That was going to be my comment, that you can see from the reference plan, it lines up precisely in relation to the general nature of the diagram. I mean, it's at the middle point going across to the other side. We also had the chance to meet with the applicants who are at the back, as well as Mrs. Davy, and they showed us photographs and maps to show where the crops have been plowed, and they're reflecting exactly where they had submitted the application. So that's why we were bringing it to council, or to committee rather, to get their confirmation that this is reflecting what was applied for, despite the numbers being slightly different in the decision. This is what was applied for, and we're bringing that to committee's attention.
I respect the reasons and the logic behind staff bringing it forward. Thank you on that aspect.
Appreciate
I
that.
believe we have a possible motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that, because it was the intent of the original application with basically the same footprint, that we approve the difference in acreages that are now before us.
Moved, seconded by Pat. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. Would anyone like to consider an adjournment motion? Or Sandra, sorry? Something else?
I do, if committee wishes to entertain this. A letter was on my desk during recess regarding the Mattson application. The Mattson application on Burnham Street, he was before committee in January, I believe, received a deferral. Deferral is supposed to be for 3 months, which would have been April, but because there wasn't a meeting in April, I wasn't too sticky with him. I now have a letter requesting further extension.
So you need a motion of acceptance of that further extension?
Yes.
Can I have a motion from the floor, please? Seconder? All those in favor? Thank you. Adjournment?
It's still up for the adjournment.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, who adjourned?
You can pick anybody, including the audience.
Motion to adjourn.
There we go, one.
You guys don't believe me. Adjourn. Motion to adjourn. Can a member who has the floor be interrupted? No. Must the mover be first be recognized? Yes. Does the motion require a seconder? Yes.
So we need a seconder to adjournment? We need,
Bill seconded it.
Bill seconded it. Okay.
Larry?
Do Larry on.
That you can't say.